And we are about to be getting into our second match of the night. Our first match going to the Bloomington Maulers. Now we'll see if the Fargo Steelhawks can turn the script upside down and flip it back in their favor, because right now the Bloomington Maulers have a lot of momentum in their favor, and we'll see if that can continue to hold strong or will it get depleted little by little.
Yep, quick kickoff in favor of Steelhawks. We're going to follow up with a shot on goal, and it's in.
That is exactly what the Steelhawks needed. They came out early, and just like that, ladies and gentlemen, the Fargo Steelhawks are right back in it.
Quick start to the game, already a goal with 6 seconds down. Going in favor of the Steelhawks too, which could be their comeback for the series, make it 1-1 and tied. Now up to Blue, makes a shot on goal, but it's saved by Flamethrower.
Launch downfield, Ren is going to push it down for Dorka, gets met there by X-Ray, slows him down just enough, and a bump to go with it. However, it is still traveling in the opposite direction that they do not want. And the Steelhawks get a nice shot near goal, just high, and X-Ray with a beautiful clear to the opposing corner.
Dorka hitting it up midfield, X-Ray makes a shot, Polster in there to save it. Blue gonna hit it the middle, Clash J is there, Dorka misses the save, and Clash hits it in for a goal.
And we are tied up just like that ever so quickly as Clash J puts himself in a position to get it into the back of net, and 1-1, 4:13 on the clock. Can the Steelhawks strike back and get back ahead in this one?
Kickoff in favor of the Steelhawks, returned by X-Ray. Blue's gonna take it, hit it off the wall to Dorka, shot towards goal. X-Ray hits it back. Now Pulse Run makes a shot, saved by X-Ray. Flamethrower gonna carry it back. Gets it pretty far midfield. Blue is able to stop it though, or Dorka hits it up towards goal, but it's clear saved by Clash DA.
Ooh, and a miss there by Ren. Unfortunately, you're going to want that one back. Hopefully it doesn't become too costly here as we continue here in game 2. That was definitely the shot that you wanted.
Right after you finish talking, Blue with a quick goal. Now it's up 2-1. Steelhawks in a good position with 3:30 left on the clock.
You're my boy, Blue! Great shot there. We'll see what happens here as X-Ray's in position, gets one launched downfield. Can he get it to trickle down? He's there and gets canceled by Renbo. Ren also getting another demo to go on with it.
Now Pulse Ren taking it offside, gets bumped by Clash J, still almost in. Cleared by X-Ray. Pulse is going to put it up midfield again. Blue with a shot and cleared by X-Ray again. X-Ray now shooting it towards Clash DA. Pulse Ren's going to take it from there to Dorka, who's going to let it fall to Flamethrower.
And there is the shot, and X-Ray ties it on up 2-2. As right now, you're seeing the Steelhawks are out shooting the Maulers with a total of 7 shots near goal, 2 shots in net. Maulers getting 4 shots near net, 2 in the back of net, however. And we're just waiting to see, will the shot onslaught from the Steelhawks pay dividends? As right there, they push themselves ahead once again here in game 2.
Yep, now up by 3-2. Steelhawks looking pretty good now. They're starting to come back up after that last game, getting more of a stronger attack offense, and just looks like they're more warmed up and getting more goals.
Seeing a lot of love in chat right now for X-Ray as he is working to try to make a name for himself here in MCS. And that is unfortunate as the Fargo Steelhawks push ahead by 2 now with 2:24 on the clock.
We're to 2:24 on clock, looking even better for the Steelhawks. Going into kickoff, it is going to go in favor. Going to go midfield quickly. Not quickly. Shot back towards the Bloomington Maulers half by Pulse. Pulse now following it up. Blue's going to stop it from going far. Going to hit it back towards mid to Dorka, but too high on the shot on goal.
And X-Ray tries to get something set up. Dorka's there to push it away. Flamethrower now is trying to get something set up and missed by Blue, who had an opportunity to put something near net for his team. And as they try to get this save, they unfortunately push it into the back of net. Beautiful shot there for Blue, but Clash tried everything they could to try to stop that, but it got into the net anyways.
5-2, 1:51 on the clock. Kickoff in favor of Bloomington Maulers. Going up to Pulse. Ren going to try to bring it past X-Ray. Unable to. X-Ray gets it clear to the side. But Blue's going to go up, take it, but gets cleared by Clash GA.
Orca passes it back to Ren, who gets it high. X-Ray with a beautiful clear. Blue is there once again to try to get a shot on goal. He's sticking with it. Gets cleared away there by X-Ray. Pulse now puts one near net. Gets bumped by one. Gets thrown away, unfortunately. Unable to get one. And it's looking like the Fargo Steelhawks are in a good position to take this series as they push themselves ahead by another, putting them 6-2 with 1:07 on the clock.
Great offense after that first game by the Steelhawks. Just looks like that was their warm-up for today. Now doing better on offense and defense, not letting much come through from the Bloomington Maulers.
X-Ray pushes it across the field. Renbo is there, gets a nice hit of his own, pushes it towards the back wall. A lot of lofty hits happening right now, getting just thrown up into the air. We'll see. With 45 seconds remaining, can the Bloomington Maulers get one more before the clock expires?
Are getting lots of close shots right now, but Dorka with a good clear might be the final clear needed as Pulse goes up almost in goal. X-Ray's gonna follow the ball up. Hits it the wrong way towards goal. Flamethrower now trying to get it back into Fargo Steelhawks side. Unable to. Pulse Red gonna stop Clash from getting it back. They're just keeping it in the Maulers half. 12 seconds left and it doesn't look like it's gonna leave their half.
Dorka almost getting a beautiful shot there in front of goal before the clock expired. However, Pulse Ren or Renbo does get that goal and puts them up 7-2. A great momentum shift here for the Steelhawks. And now it's the Bloomington Maulers' turn to respond after losing game 2 here to the Steelhawks.
And the 2, time on 0. Looks like that's gonna be game and has touched the floor for tied series with the 1-1.
If you take a moment to look at that stat line, you will see a total of 16 shots on goal from the Steelhawks. They were able to net 7 of them. My goodness, was that an onslaught? They just continued to pepper away, and it paid off dividends for them as they were able to pull ahead by 5 and turn around from that unfortunate game 1 loss. Now let's see, can the Steelhawks continue to put the foot on the throttle, or will the Maulers find a way to claw their way back?
Looks pretty good second game for Steelhawks. Got in their rhythm after taking the first loss in the first game. They just warmed up, needed the practice that they might not have gotten before this, and just locked in.
Locked in indeed, as we are now getting ready for game 3. Who will take it? And I feel this is the true momentum shifter that may dictate who our winner will be in this series. It's not solid and written in stone because anything can happen on any given day, and I am definitely here for it.
Certainly, all of our players are on the field waiting for that timer to start. And once it does, looks like they're gonna go into kickoff.
Blue pushes it towards the corner already with a shot opportunity. Hits it just wide of the goal. Now Dorka's going to try to get a chance of their own. The opportunity seizes itself as X-Ray is there to slow it down. And a beautiful team play there by the Steelhawks as Rainbow pushes it up and leaves it there for Dorka to push it in for the initial goal to put them ahead here in game 3.
Yep, 1-0 in game 3, 4:40 left on clock. X-Ray with a good kickoff, quickly returned by Ren. Flamethrower's gonna go up, meet it, Blue for it, I believe. Now X-Ray pushing it towards goal, but saved by Pulse Ren. Now Blue's gonna follow it up. Take it slowly, gets it past Flamethrower, meets X-Ray, but stops it there to Dorka. Clears at the corner.
Flamethrower tries to cause a little disruption there in the corner, but it wasn't quite enough what he was looking for. Got pushed away there by the defender. Now we're just trying to see, can the Bloomington Maulers find an opportunity to turn this around and tie it up here in game 3?
3:50 left on the clock. 1-0 still in favor of the Steelhawks. X-Ray going up and close. Misses it originally. Clashed, hits it in for their first goal to tie the game.
That was a beautiful setup there by X-Ray. A nice stop, but unfortunately, Flash was there to push it in, and now tied up, 3:48 on the clock. This is definitely going the direction that both of us kind of predicted, but it's really just going to come down to these final moments in these games, as now it's looking like both these teams are starting to just really settle in. It feels like there's a pretty even matchup here. Both these teams coming in with a 4-4 record to start it out, and only one team can win this, major. That's the reality of it.
Certainly, one team winning. Definitely doing good on Steelhawks' behalf, though. Seeing a lot of teamwork and passing going on between their teams. Most likely could be the cause of them doing so well in the game before, and how they have such a good offense and defense in this current game.
As Blue gets it towards the back wall, good bounce, but it is met by the defender who pushes it down the field. Now Flamethrower is there, pushes it towards midfield. X-Ray's gonna grab hold, try to get something set up here, and Ren is there to clear it away.
Flamethrower in, almost in front of goal. Clash unable to get a hit on it. Now Clash going back, trying to hit it towards goal. Following it up, gets a shot, but Blue with a save. X-Ray follows up with a demo on Blue. Dorka with a clear. He's gonna try to make it in the corner where Flamethrower is.
It's left near the front of that. X-Ray clears it away. They're just continuing to stay so everly aggressive for the Steelhawks in front of that net, as they want to get ahead. They do not want to give this back to the Maulers anytime soon.
Yep, Pulse Ren following up, gets a delayed hit off X-Ray's hit. Now Flamethrower gonna push it, hit up, let Blue hit it. X-Ray now bringing it up against the wall. Tries to get a snap, unable to hit it in time, so just gets it away from Dorka. Flamethrower now with the save. Dorka taking it, wrapping it around midfield. Gets it up past X-Ray to Blue. Makes a shot, and like Pulse is gonna demo Flamethrower to leave the goal open.
Blue getting one put there in front of net, and Rainbow just right on par with it. Found the pass and pushed it in, and now you're seeing the Steelhawks starting to take control a little bit more here in this series, as they've pushed far ahead there in game 2, and now they are trying to solidify a game 3 victory. This is the tempo setter you want right now. Reanalyze, adjust, and then execute is what you want.
Yeah, but in these games, you also don't want to get too confident, because if you're too confident, you're going to let your guard down and let the Maulers, in this case, score on you and get their lead back, which might lower your ego.
As the ball gets lofted up in the air, beautiful demo there by X-Ray. Now waiting on the back wall, Dorka and X-Ray back and forth. Now Clash DA there to throw his hat in the ring. And the dunk by Dorka, putting up the Steelhawks 3-1.
Yep, 3-1, 42 seconds left on clock. Game's coming to an end. Still possible for the Maulers to come back. And need one every 15 seconds. Goes in favor of the Steelhawks. Clash and a shot and score by Ren, almost basically off kickoff.
Beautiful kickoff goal, and the Steelhawks really just have their foot rest firmly on the necks of their defenders right now. This is dangerous as they are just butting out any life form that can come from the Maulers at the moment. These quick kickoffs are just making it even harder for them as they're executing there as well. We're going to see what happens though as things continue to move forward.
4-1, almost in. Goal hits the side wall, hit the post twice, and Blue is going to get a goal.
Beautiful setup, beautiful execution, and now up 5-1. I do not see Bloomington Maulers just giving up that easy, but right now they are definitely starting to give it away unintentionally as they are now down 5-1 with 15 seconds left on the clock.
Yep, 10 seconds left, almost in goal from Blue, not quite low enough though. Dorka gonna make one last shot, saved by X-Ray. Flamethrower hits it up, keeps it off the ground. Blue hitting it up too. Flamethrower hits it towards goal, but doesn't get enough air.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. The Spargo Steelhawks are now up 2-1 in this best of 7. Who are you rooting for here in this series? Do you have your money on the Steelhawks, or is it the Maulers? Who are you rooting for? If there is a player, if there is a team, we want to hear you shout it out. Even if they're not on the screen, who are you rooting for today? Who would you like to see walk away champion here in our first Challenger Major 1? If we do take a moment real quick and we look at that stat line, the Steelhawks continue to outshoot the Maulers time in and time out since game 2 started. And we're going to see if that onslaught continues to pay forth or what will happen here moving into game 4.
Certainly, this could bring it within one game for the Steelhawks. Or it could just tie the series in favor of Maulers. Either way, we're going to at least go to 5 games here. Possibly a 6th or 7th, depending on the outcome of these next games. But looking strong for the Steelhawks right now.
Somebody brought out their cat boost. I don't know how I feel about this right now. It's a bold move, Cotton. We'll see if the strategy pays off.
Yeah, personally, I'm more of a dog person, so I'd rather hear dogs on the field.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are now off with game 4 as the Steelhawks have pushed themselves ahead 2-1 in this series. We will see what will happen as there is not going to be a sweep, but who will come out victorious overall in the end.
Up 4:30 on clock. No one scores yet. X-Ray with a long shot to goal. Too high. Gonna drop down. Pulse Ren gonna hit it back to Clash at midfield, where Blue's gonna make a shot on goal, but Clash is there to save it. Now X-Ray's gonna clear it out. Flamethrower following up, but saved by Dorka.
And Dorka puts one into the corner. X-Ray's there to clear it away. Blue gets a nice tap on it to leave it relevant. And it's up. Dorka gets a shot. I thought Blue was going to make an attack. Left it for the defender. Did not feel confident with that push. Now Blue is back. Pass back by X-Ray. And Ren almost getting the goal there.
4:30 on clock. Gonna stay in Mauler's side for a second. X-Ray gonna get a good distance on it, but Dorka with a quick shot that's saved by Flamethrower. Blue with a shot saved by Flash DA. Pulse Run and X-Ray are gonna fight over it. Now X-Ray is just gonna push it downfield.
Now left in front of net. Rainbow gets the clear. Now Clash is right back on it, tries to get one towards the net, but it's boomed away there by the defender, and Dorka gets back on it and pushes it down. And the Steelhawks looking to try to get themselves up here even further in this series as they want to close the door early, and we'll see if they can do that.
Yep, 1-0, 2:50 on the clock. Leads in favor of Steelhawks. This is definitely a closer game than the last couple. Flash J keeping it in the Steelhawks side. Pulse Run gonna hit it back, tries to get it clear, but X-Ray gonna make a shot on Dor that's saved by Dorka.
And Flamethrower tries to get a clear downfield, but it gets met up by the defender. And I think this is another one. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Steelhawks up now by 2:25 on the clock.
Here comes the lead so far, 2:25 on the clock. Steelhawks doing good. That first game might have just been their warm-up for the series. Now they're getting their comeback. As the Dorka hit a long shot kickoff. Pulse Ren with almost a goal, but just a little too high. Now Blue's gonna try to follow up, hit it in, but met Flamethrower who stops him. X-Ray gonna get it under Pulse Ren. Pass Blue. And pass Dorka. That's gonna fall. Dorka's gonna get a long shot clear, but does get stopped by X-Ray.
Now a shot near goal as Dorka puts one into the corner. X-Ray with the big boom down the field. Blue is there to grab hold and tries to drive it forward for another shot on goal for Blue. However, it gets met and cleared away. And it's right back in that corner once again. The defense is definitely looking better for the Maulers. They're down by 2, and they need to start getting some offense now.
1:20 on the clock, 2 goals in favor of Fargo Steelhawks, definitely with the lead. Shot by Pulse Run, not in though. And so we're gonna follow it up, try to get the pass, but Blue gets a stop. It's almost near goal, but X-Ray does stop it. Now Dorka up the Pulse Run with a shot, but it's saved by X-Ray.
And Blue gets one tossed across. It gets boomed back up. Clash DA puts one top, and it is wide of the goal. X-Ray waits patiently, tries to get a shot on, but once again cleared away there by Blue.
X-Ray with a good clear to Flamethrower. Bolsteran's gonna try to get that away. Dorka gets it too. Flamethrower gonna try to bring it back to corner, but Dorka shoots it and scores it.
Now down 3-0. The momentum is clearly in favor of the Fargo Steelhawks as they have definitely grabbed hold and made this a series of their own. It really just comes down to the Maulers starting to settle in and not letting that mental strain take hold of them.
Certainly 30 seconds left. 3 goals all in favor of the Fargo Steelhawks. Now in corner of the Maulers, Pulse Ren gonna have good shot but not in. Saved by Clash DA. Now Flamethrower gonna get it past Blue. Pulse Ren hits it down though. Clash GA hits it up towards corner. 8 seconds left. Dorka's gonna try to hit it down. Blue hits it far. Flamethrower keeps some aircon. Clash J hits it up, but it's gonna fall for the game.
3-0 shutout victory there in Game 4 for the Fargo Steelhawks. That's got to weigh pretty heavy on you if you are the Maulers. And right now, we're going to see, can the Maulers turn it around? Will the Steelhawks, shut it down? It's really just one or the other. either Mauler step it up or the Steelhawks shut it down, because I think this match right here is really the decider. I don't think it's going to go much further past this one unless Maulers can really figure it out. And I understand that's the point of it. Either you win or you don't. But the reality of it is the Maulers just have not been able to string it together. And the Steelhawks are only looking more and more oppressive. And now they're starting to shut them out. And that's a scary thing.
Yup, 3-1. Steelhawks doing pretty good after that first game. Might have just not been in it all at that first game. Might have just been preparing, or just that might have been a warm-up. They weren't going all what they needed to go. But now looks like they are playing their peak right now. As you've seen, they've won 3 in a row on Maulers.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, as we now are ready for Game 5 here in the Challenger Major 1, Series 1 of the night. Fargo Steelhawks up 3-1 right now, and they're looking to close it out here against the Bloomington Maulers.
Yep, quick off goes in favor of the Steelhawks. Quickly returned by Maulers. Now Dorka gonna go up, make it towards goal. Flamethrower with a good clear. Over to corner, looks like Clash is gonna hit it off wall. Try to get it set up, but Blue is gonna take it. Now X-Ray getting it from him. Does not get the shot though. Blue does get a clear, I believe. Now Pulse Ryan gonna follow it up. Puts it in quarter, past Flamethrower, but not past X-Ray. Now Blue gonna make a shot in the corner, but it is gonna be a big fight in corner.
Dorka trying to get something set up here. X-Ray just clears it away, however. X-Ray staying vigilant here defensively right now as he understands the objective. They cannot give up a goal here to start it out. They need the momentum shifted in their favor, and it's been a pretty offensive-sided, go of it so far for the Steelhawks. If they have been, field generals here to start it out, and they are just taking that time away and continuing to keep the pressure on the defense.
Certainly. Now 3:30 left on clock, no goals yet. Like Maulers are gonna return it to Steelhawk side. Dorka with the clear to Clash GA, hits it down. A little awkward for X-Ray to take that, but he's gonna take it on wall. Pulse Ren get a good shot. Open net, takes it slow, but Flamethrower gets there in time to clear it away.
As Clash GA tries to get some going off the wall, gets met there by the defender, and a miss there. However, they are back on it, and another 50-50 in front of that net. It's getting a little scary as the Steelhawks were almost able to capitalize there, but almost only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. It doesn't really get you much in Rocket League.
Certainly not. Now 2:50 left on clock, still 0-0. Looks like everyone is playing peak right now. Pulse Ren's gonna make a shot on an empty net and scores it for the first goal of the game with 2:42 left on clock.
Right now, I'm telling you, it definitely feels like the Steelhawks have taken over this series and are looking to close it out. As I said before we started, this is a very important match right now, as it is going to be lights out for the Bloomington Maulers if they cannot figure it out here with 2 minutes and 35 seconds remaining.
Yep, on the Maulers half. Looks like Clash is going to take it slow, gets it past Blue. Flamethrower's going to hit it on long wall. Gonna let Pulse get it, not on purpose though. Clash GA gonna hit up Dorka with a shot, but a little too high. Now Flamethrower gonna make a shot. Oh, and it bounces off the T-post, so now Pulse Ren gonna get a clear back, but it's stopped by Clash.
And right now, I just feel that, unfortunately, the Maulers are continuing to struggle, and we need to see if they can just break through and get something going here, because if they can win this one, I have a feeling that they can push it the distance, honestly, and we might see a Game 7. But I just don't know. With the way the Steelhawks have been playing, they're staying super vigilant. They're just overly aggressive. They're making the pushes majority when they need to. I haven't seen too many holes in the equation as Dorka makes it look too easy right there.
2-0, 1:38 left on clock. Definitely time for the Maulers to come back. Although they are doing pretty good on offense. Steelhawks are just doing really good on defense, keeping anything from getting close to the back of net.
Dorka gets up and just tries to slow it down just enough. This Clash is now bringing it back to the offensive strike. Dorka meets him and just booms it, a glaring boom downfield.
Flamethrower gets a save, clear. Now Clash J2 Flamethrower. Gonna keep it in. Well, Steelhawks half right now. X-Ray gonna hit it along the Flamethrower. Gonna hit it in corner. Keep it there. Clash J gets it, but saved by Blue. Now it's gonna drop corner. Pulse Ren gonna try to get it past X-Ray. Unable to, but gets a good bump. X-Ray not X-Ray. Clash GA kind of bumping X-Ray there. Now Dorka keeping it in half. Gets it in front of goal, but X-Ray with a good clear.
And X-Ray with a beautiful clear downfield, able to get the goal there, and that is what they needed right now with 41 seconds remaining. Can they find a way to capitalize and tie it up to push an overtime possibility? I mean, Red
41.
Flame, I was just going to say, you said 4-3 in favor of the Steelhawks. I said 4-2 in favor of the Bloomington Maulers. And now it's looking like it very well could be a 4-1 in favor of the Steelhawks. So neither of us getting our lines correctly, but you are looking like you are going to be correct in your prediction of who is going to win this series. But with 23 seconds remaining, it can still turn around as the Maulers right now just need to push it to their offensive strike. And Dorka's there, and that might be the nail in the coffin.
Certainly, I'm not too strict about my predictions though. If they come true, they come true. If they don't, they don't. I'm not too mad if they don't, although I would love to see one come true. Would make me a bit happy, but it's just a game of Rocket League, and games shouldn't make you that mad.
As we get a shot in front of goal, Ren trying to get another tally on the board before that clock expires, and it looks like we are hitting zeros, and that is going to be the series as the Fargo Steelhawks take it 4-1. And I'll just say this, that is not the expectations of what I saw coming. We saw the Bloomington Maulers come out pretty heavy-handed there in that first game, but since then the Fargo Steelhawks turned it around and really just made way of it. And when you look at it, Steelhawks just continued to push ahead, stay aggressive, and work as a team. And now they are going to be moving their way into the second round of this tournament for our major round 1. Now moving into major round 2. So, I mean, what would you like to see as we get ready to move into this next, this next go of it? Is there a team out there that you're excited for, that you want to see maybe go the distance? What are you looking forward to in this, in this tournament?
Honestly, I'm just looking for Rocket League good plays and very fair games, like 4-3 games where it's pretty close every other game to a different team. But I want the Rocket League. Ugh.
Absolutely. And I think what we're going to do is we're going to take a quick break as we get ready to find out who our next series is going to be. I'm Joseph the Voice, hanging out with Red Flame, and we will be back with you just shortly. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are now getting ready for our second series of the night, which will consist of the Rochester Rhythm and the Des Moines Derecho, as we are going to see who will extend their way forward here in Challenger Major 1. For the Rochester Rhythm, we have Ove, Dicey, and Wub going up against Fluke, Stratus, and Power. I have not seen any adjustments yet. I do see a Dicey Duda on the board, so we'll see. That is clearly Dicey, but I mean, you got to add the Duda on there. If you don't say the full name, you're not doing it right. So with that being said, I mean, you know, how are you feeling about this Red Flame? If you had to go in one direction or the other, which direction are you going? And how many wins are they getting? Of course, they're getting 4 wins, but who's going to get it faster? That's the real question.
Honestly, just by off my favorites, I'm probably gonna go 4-3 Rochester Rhythm. I'm gonna try to say 4-3 for all of these, unless they don't think they need it.
You know what? They were the team last year that I was very much impressed with, and it came from the system that they built. I am going to go in favor of the Des Moines Derecho, and we're going to hope that they can take this series. And I'm going to go the distance with you. I'm going to go 4-3 in favor of Des Moines, and we will go from there as we are ready. The cars are set. The engines are roaring. But it really comes down to who will be victorious in the end. Anyone can win on any given day. It really comes down to the mental strength and holding through that endurance when you are being pressed to the back of your, of your goal, and you just do not know where to go. You got to find some adversity and push your way through. So we'll see what happens here as we have the Rochester Rhythm taking on the Des Moines Derecho.
Yep, 10 seconds in, staying on the Derecho side right now. Seems like it's gonna be pretty good offense for Rochester Rhythm. Like Luke is gonna go up with a shot, cleared by Olvi. Power now going up, gets stopped by, could not see who that was, but gets stopped. Olvi now pushing it forward. Gets off wall. Olvi now centering it. Stratus with a clear over. Well, Olvi, I believe. Now Stratus going down. Hits it in the Power, who just above goal. Dicey goes up. Stratus meets him, but Wood is gonna get it past Fluke.
And now it's left in the corner. Power throws it up to Stratus, who booms it downfield and gets the shot just narrow of the net. That is unfortunate. And we'll see what will happen here. Who will be our first team to strike? Because we saw a possibility there, but it just was not enough on execution. Stratus puts it up for Fluke, who is not ready for it.
Now on Derecho's side, looks like they're going to be in corner. Dicey going up, lets Olvi hit it. Luke and Stratus both with a double push save. Dicey now going to hit it towards goal. Power gets the save. Luke hits it out of Olvi's hands. Now Olvi's going to hit it up. Centers it a bit far. Dicey hits it upwards. And Lubik's going to go, gets it past Stratus. Luke does get the clear though, but Olvi makes a shot, and it's just a bit too high.
As Dicey tries to get something set up here, it gets met by Power 22 and gets kicked away. Now it's pushed across the field. Stratus is there. Stratus grabs hold, but got a lot happening here in front of net. Can they find an opportunity to capitalize? Unfortunately, they do not.
Dicey now trying to get it back to a teammate. Olvi hits it in. Fluke with a good clear. Now Lubik gonna take it slow. Gets a good dribble up, but Power does get the save. Now Lubik sending it back to the opposite quarter. Stratus with a good clear, and Dicey gets it in for a goal.
Dicey Duda done did it, ladies and gentlemen, as he put the first strike on the board here in game 1 of this best of 7 series. We'll see if they can continue the onslaught or what will happen here A good strike to start it out, but is it enough to hold on for the victory?
2:15 left on the clock and 1 goal in favor of the Rochester Rhythm. Rubik's gonna have good. Rubik is going to have good possession over it. Gets stolen. Now Dicey's gonna hit it up and away. Olvi gets setting it across the field. Power meets it, hits it to Rubik. Gonna bring it up in the air, lets it fall. Gonna take it slow. Fluke does get it past him. Dicey carrying it up. Stratus does get it away from across the map. Now Olvi is gonna get a clear in time. Now Rubik hits it across goal. Gonna go back to Olvi, hits it to Rubik. Stratus gets it clear.
Fluke now just bringing it down, tries to get the dribble, gets met by Olvi, who booms it down the field. Stratus now to put it right back. Fluke is there. Fluke puts it down. It's wide of the net. And now Rubik is just going to push it down the field. Olvi grabbing hold, slowing down the offensive strike for the derecho.
Dicey does get it away from Stratus. Olvi now hitting it up. Fluke takes it. Rubik gets it away from Fluke. Stratus goes up, makes a shot high, gets a double tap, and makes the goal.
And now entering the stratosphere is in fact Stratus, booming it down.
Now 1-1 with 50 seconds left on clock. Could go either way to predict our first game, but also could go to overtime. Power does get a good return. Gonna hit it off the wall. Kind of looked like a pass to Fluke. Fluke is now gonna hit it off wall again. Olvi gonna get it away to Dicey. He's gonna get stolen from Stratus. Olvi now hitting it down to Rubik. He's gonna bring it back towards goal. Power gets the stop. Olvi's gonna try to center it. Fluke does hit it away though.
And Rubik now pushes it towards the corner, waiting to try to fake out Fluke, but Fluke does not get faked out. However, Olvi does in fact miss. Stratus is there, does not get the hit that they want. And it looks like we might be potentially going into an overtime here in game 1 to start it out.
No time left on clock. As long as it stays up, the game will go on, but it falls down 1-1. Looks like we're going to overtime.
And a stale kickoff just kind of left. Can Dicey done it again? I don't think so, unfortunately, but Rubik sure can. And now you see the Rhythm are up here in this best of 7, taking the victory here in game 1.
9 seconds into overtime, a goal by Rubik, bringing them 2-1, and they are gonna take game 1 of the series. This is best of 7, so first to 4 wins will take it.
What a way to start it out there for the Rhythm, setting the tempo and really putting themselves in a position to get ahead, and they did that very well. You take a look at that stat line, the Rhythm had a total of 13 shots on net into a comparison of 5. I mean, that's a lot of shots. Eventually something's got to give, and they definitely made the levies break, and now they pushed themselves ahead here in game 1. We'll see how they continue to push forward. I heard that everybody was bringing out their Pokemon, so I personally, too, decided I was going to bring out my little Victini. I got him resting on my shoulder. I want to join the club. I got my Pokemon, too. Go Victini, baby!
First game 2. My bad. I already forget. First game 2, Rochester Rhythm. For the 7-game series 1-0, we are going to go into game 2 in just a short amount of time.
As our cars get ready to start up in this match, let's see what happens. As Dicey did a great job putting his team ahead early while finishing it up. Picking up the pieces there in overtime. And that is what put the Rhythm ahead, but can they hold that tempo?
Levi's gonna take it slow, gets stopped by Fluke, but now Dicey gonna bring it up. Doesn't have enough boost to carry it all the way. Stratus gonna take it away from him. Bring it all the way back to goal. Goes over. Fluke gonna try to hit it down center for Stratus, although he is contested. Power now gets stolen by Dicey. Gonna go to Wubik, gets it in front, but Fluke gets it clear.
And Fluke staying on it, gets a push up the field. Power is there, gets a nice pinch on the wall. It's left in front of goal and almost for Stratus. Cleared away there by the defender. Dicey doing a great job. As now Fluke tries to push it back down the field again. Met by the defender. Dicey slowing him down just enough. And Wubik almost with the goal there. Olvi trying to get a little extra help, but it wasn't enough in time.
3:45 left on clock, no scores left. Wubik pushing it in goal and does get it past Stratus for the first goal of the game.
Wubba wubba dub dub. Wubik puts it in the back of net. 3:45 on the clock. And that's what you want to see right now. You want to see a team just really take hold and continue to push themselves ahead. And like I said, the tempo is definitely in favor of the rhythm right now.
Certainly, 3:40 on the clock. Goes Power with a good shot towards his own goal. Saved by Fluke, who's going to bring it all the way back to the opponent's goal. Wubik gets a good clear. Power shoots it up to corner. Gonna miss both the people there. Now Wubik gonna hit it back towards Rachel's side. Fluke does get a clear back to Olvi. Stratus gonna hit it down to Dicey. Gonna let it fall to Fluke and Wubik. Fluke does get it. Now Power gonna take it. While Stratus does get demoed by Wubik.
Now getting pushed into the corner. Power trying to get it past one. Woob gets forced back. Dicey, however, gets up and once again slows down any type of on forward type of approach here. And Wubik with another one, ladies and gentlemen. Wubik has turned on and has not turned off since. 2:48 on the clock, and can you slow this man down?
Apparently not. 2 goals and 2:48 left on clock. Gonna be in favor of the Rachels this time. Stratus gonna go up, push it towards goal, but gets cleared by Wubik. Olvi gonna make a long shot towards goal, a little bit to the left. Now Wubik gonna get it from Fluke. It's centered. Stratus gonna hit it up. Gets it past Dicey, but doesn't get it towards goal. Now Power's gonna try to hit it down. Olvi is there again to get it away from him. Now Wubik getting it towards goal. Demoed by Fluke. Now looks like Fluke is gonna try to hit it back, but gets demoed by Dicey, who passes it to Wubik.
If we just take a moment and take a step back, let's take a look. I mean, I can't physically show you, but I'm gonna explain it and break it down for you. As of right now, the Senators pushed ahead, took down the Rangers, along with the Fargo taking down the Maulers, which forced the Senators taking on the Fargo here in round 2. Then we had the Flyers take down the Atlas, and the Inferno take down the Jungle. So we had 2 upsets there now, forcing the Flyers taking on the Inferno in round 2. Bemidji took down the Knights, which was expected, and Buffalo pushed ahead against the Miracles. And now we are watching the Rhythm and the Derecho. With these 8 teams remaining, who are you rooting for? Are you rooting for the Senators? Are you rooting for Fargo? Are you a Flyer fan or possibly rooting for the Inferno? I know you, Red Flame, you're a big Inferno fan. You got the Bemidji Lumberjacks and you got the Buffalo from Omaha, as well as the Rhythm and the Derecho. So there's plenty of teams. And right now, I'll tell you, there's a good case being shown here for the Rhythm as Wubik puts in another one and gets himself a hat trick.
Certainly 3-0, 1:04 left on clock. Looking good for Rochester Rhythm. Dicey gonna get a quick return off kickoff. Wubik gonna hit it down to Dicey, almost in goal, but saved by Power. Now Wubik takes it from Stratus. Stratus gonna go back, hit it to Dicey at midfield, who hits it up, tries to hit it down to Wubik. Goes a little far, but Wubik still gets it up, but just a little bit right of the goal.
And Fluke just trying to slow down the defender there. Wubik once again on it, tries to push it back for a back pass, but his teammates are fairly far back at that point. Dicey now tries to get a setup here, and it's cleared away there by Fluke with a boom down the other end. And right now it is looking like the Rhythm are going to push ahead here 2-0 to start out this series.
And seconds left, 3-0 in favor of Rochester Rhythm. Does not look like the Moines Derechos will be able to come back in time. Although it is up, 0 time left, it's gonna fall for game number 2.
And the Rhythm now ahead here in this series and looking to try to see if they can continue to push ahead and possibly even, you know, maybe shut out the derecho. I don't know if it's going to happen, though.
Maybe 2-0 so far, definitely on pace. Still have a little bit until they do get to that point, though. So have at least 2 matches left, at most 6. Wait, no, that's at most 5. Sorry, my bad. But we still have quite a bit more Rocket League left today.
I mean, there's still a chance. Don't rule out a possibility of it still going to 7. That's still a very, very big possibility. So just because you went down by 2 does not mean your day is over. You just got to settle in. Hopefully they're taking these last few moments to really, you know, realign the psyche, and then they're going to push ahead because they didn't get outshot too tremendously in that one. They just weren't able to capitalize when needed.
Yep, although next game could bring it within 1 for Rhythm, or it could make their lead go down to 1. Either way, the Derecho is going to want this game as much as they want this series.
Absolutely. As all of our players are ready, are you rooting for the Rhythm, Wubik, Dicey, and Ovi, or are you rooting for the Derecho, Stratus, Fluke, and Power? Who do you want to see come forth victorious here in this one?
10 seconds in, been in the air quite a bit. Wubik gonna hit it towards goal. Gonna go above Power and above Fluke for a very fast first goal of the game.
I'll tell you this, there was no fluke in that one other than on that defensive line, but Wubik did a tremendous reset. They're able to get it in and now put his team ahead. This momentum does not look like it's going to be shifting anytime soon. The tempo is definitely in favor of the Rhythm as they have figured it out and they are playing a tune of their own.
Certainly that tune must be very good because Olfi just scored another one for Rhythm and for only 30 seconds in.
Am I the only person who just had like flashbacks to Fruit Ninja? My goodness.
I did.
I love that game.
A stale kickoff. Olvi in position, gonna try to fake out the defender, tries to bring him to the gym, but isn't strong enough, unfortunately.
4:23 on clock. Stratus with a close clear. 2 goals in favor of Rochester Rhythm. Going in for 15 left on clock. Long shot over to Olvi, who gets it back in goal with a clear by Power.
As this tournament continues to play forward in this major, only one team can come out victorious, and there's been a lot of good matches already, but I'll tell you this has definitely been a series to sit down and really hold on tight, because right now you're starting to see a turnaround here for the Derecho. They came out fairly strong there in game 1, but it wasn't enough to capitalize over the Rhythm as they took game 1 in overtime, and now they're trying to come back from a 2-0 deficit at the moment. It's very possible, but the probability is definitely swaying if they cannot continue in their own fashion and change the tempo around a little bit away from the Rhythm.
Yup, although it is a 1-point difference in this game right now, it is a 2-point difference in the series, and the series right now means more than the game, because if Rochester wins this one, it will bring them to their match point game. If they win that, the series is over quicker than last series, but doesn't look like Derecho is going to let that happen. They're getting a good close game, bringing it within one, and they're going a good push currently.
As Dicey just waits patiently, grabs hold, tries to pass it down to Wubik. Wubik stays on it, but now Stratus is there, tries to get the knockdown. And what a save there by Dicey. Great execution.
Olvi gets a bump on Fluke. Stratus now going to try to get another double hit. Wubik now going to try to put it away. In goal almost, but Power does get a good early clear. Going to bring it up too. Doesn't get it past Dicey. Fluke going to get it over, not past Olvi, but now Stratus going to get it past Olvi and Dicey. Wubik going to stop it, bring it up high. Power meets him and gets it away. Olvi with a shot too far left and Stratus with a clear.
And boom, into the corner. Olvi grabs hold. Gets met by Stratus, slowing him down. Wubik tries to get up now. Power is there, wants to get a shot on goal or something set up here so that they can tie up this game with 2 minutes remaining. You do not want this to slip to a 3-0 deficit as Fluke ties it up 2-2. 2 minutes remaining.
Certainly close game it is. 2-2-2. Twos across the board. This is going to be a very stressful game for these two teams because this could make it even more stressful in the next game. But it all comes down to whoever scores next to decide their stress.
Are we going to see another potential overtime, or will somebody strike with plenty of time still remaining on the clock? I think something's going to give before the possibility of overtime, as Power had the chance but did not get the shot the way that they needed it.
1:30 left on the clock. 2-2 still. Looks like it's on Derecho's side, and Wubik hits a double tap off the backboard for a score.
Beautiful shot there by Wubik. Able to execute on the bar down and dropping it in. That's what we want to see.
Certainly, we love goals in this game, especially when there are tie-breaking goals. They're always the most stressful when it comes to who gets them. But it looks like Fluke is going to get it stolen from Olvi right before he makes his shot.
I just want to point out that we have people that are still cheering for players from our prior series. Blue is still getting some shout outs from our community, and I gotta love to see that. 58 seconds on the clock, and now it's tied up once again.
What a crazy game. Goal after another, each going to a different team. Looks like this game might go to overtime. Let's just see. Power with a good shot towards goal. Wubik with a fast save. Gonna get it up cleared to Dicey, who hits it just high. Olvi with a shot, but Power gets it cleared. Now Wubik to Power with another clear. Stratus gonna make a shot, and it's in for another tie-breaking goal.
That is what you want if you are the Derecho right now. You want to get ahead with 41 seconds remaining. Now, can they hold on?
Question. Like it's kickoff in favor of Derecho. Gonna stay in the air. Power's gonna get a shot just too high and wide on the right side. Stratus gonna come around, get it up in the air. Hits it down. Wubik is there. Luke's gonna contest him for it. Letting it go a little far. Power's gonna take it away from Wubik. Now Olvi hits it in the corner from off of Fluke. Fluke goes, I believe Fluke goes up, misses it, goes all the way back to Derecho's side. And stay up. 5 seconds left. 3, 2-1. Time is up, and it falls for game one by the Rachels.
And that's what you want to see is a turnaround game like that, where you get ahead and you put yourself in a position to potentially bring the series back. Because nobody wants to go home on another team's terms. You got to set your terms when you get into that matchup, and you got to play at the will of what you want to provide. Do not let them dictate your gameplay. You are in the driver's seat. And that is what you want to see, as they were able to get 10 shots on goal. Rhythm was 7 shots on goal, so they definitely outshot them. They did a great job getting some assists as well. 3 assists on the board, 2 for Stratus, 1 for Power. Great team, just objective in mind and getting everybody involved, and that's what you want to see. But can they continue to hold on and push themselves to a tied series as we get ready for game 4?
In lead, this is going to bring the tension high as we see Dicey is going to leave, and looks like Stratus are both going to leave, probably for a skin change. They're both back in spectating lobby as we go into our next game.
And you gotta make sure that you got the car that is going to set you apart from the rest of the field. It all comes down to that flashy style, right?
Definitely, just like in other games, skins do make you better. But let's just see how it goes in this one.
And the kickoff goes in favor of the Derechos. They're trying to get something going here already within the first few seconds. And it is still alive, but I don't know if they will be able to get it in or not, as Dicey gets over and clears it away.
Good clear by Dicey. Stratus gonna go make an offensive move. Ovi with the clear. Gonna wrap around, bring it up. Overpower with a good shot. Fluke gets there for a clear. Ubik now gonna hit it. Power with a shot back. Dicey there gets it past Stratus. Not past Power though, who's gonna hit it back up to Ubik.
As Ovi tries to get a shot on goal, gets met by the defender. Ubik tries to get up, and Fluke is there pushing it towards the goal. Dicey grabs it, forces it upfield, and Stratus now pushes it right back into the corner.
3:50 left on clock. No one has scored yet. Ovi goes up, try to get it from Stratus. Stratus gonna hit it down. Dicey was able to stop it. Goes up and fouls it. Looks like he's centering it for Ubik with a shot, but Fluke is there to save it. Ovi tries to get it there, but Power is there to stop it. Now, like Ovi gonna... Ubik, my bad, gets it close. Ovi now making it centered for Ubik, hits it up, but Fluke is there to clear it away.
Ovi waiting back, trying to get something set up in front of goal here. 2 teammates are there, but it wasn't enough. And now Dicey, or should I say Ubik, pushes up on Power. And Dicey is there. Dicey puts it high. Ovi is still back. Let's see if they can get something put on their car for a flick. They do not. Gets met by a defender and slowed down.
2:57 left on clock. Ubik gonna go. Meets it with Power. Dicey with a shot towards goal, too high and wide. Quickly returned by Stratus. Power with a shot. Now quickly returned and scored by Ubik.
Beautiful shot there by Ubik, waiting back in position and able to capitalize. Saw that they were in a rotation and put it right past the defenders. A great steal there.
Definitely. Now 1-0, 2:45 left on the clock. Already in the Richos side. But looks like it's going to stay in middle now. Ovi going to get a bounce off wall. Power there to clear it. Ubik takes it from that and meets Fluke for it.
Now Power puts it towards the sidewall. Ubik is there. Ovi now puts it on his car. Fluke grabs it. This is a good opportunity, but it came down a little too fast. It's now left in front of goal, and they missed there by Power. Fluke now with an attempt and cleared away there by Ubik. Stratus now puts it up. Dicey waits patiently, but Wubik is there now once again to grab hold.
Yep, now 154 left on clock. Wubik with a shot towards goal. A little high and wide on right side. Dicey with a shot under Stratus, but too far to corner. Power now trying to get it. Olvi demos Power. Now Wubik gonna bring it up. It's a shot towards goal. Stratus does get the clear though. Dicey keeping it on Derecho's side. Stratus there. Now Olvi takes it. Up, lets it drop to Wubik, but gets Power. Takes it instead.
Now the ball is left at midfield. Fluke pushes it towards the sidewall. Stratus now grabs it. Now it's being put right back on the Derecho's end with a minute on the clock. Dicey with a beautiful save there. Only up by 1. Can the Rhythm continue to hold on, or will the Derecho find a way to bring it back? And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are tied with 56 seconds remaining.
Yep, close game. Let's see how this could go. Either way, it goes for Rochester Rhythm. They are within 1 of the game, and if it goes to the Des Moines Derechos, they tie the series. Well, no, they don't tie the series. Wait, yes, they do tie the series. I am a little tired. I'm not doing too well right now. Excuse me.
All good. I know you just came back from vacation, so, you know, might be a little jet lag still. We'll see. Just
Definitely.
we'll just focus on up, and we'll make sure we give them one heck of a show as it is put up top, and boom, down the field by Dicey. Wubik fakes him out, and Dicey gets it in. 28 seconds remaining, and the Rhythm are looking like they might be able to solidify this one.
Certainly 2-1, 28 left on the clock. Gonna be a close game. Only 28 seconds left. Both teams being good on offense and defense. It might be a timeout and a win for the Rochester Rhythm for this game.
And now Fluke up top, met by Olvi. Stratus just waits patiently back. However, right now this back and forth is not going to work as they need to get a strike, and it is just too far away. Stratus now puts it downfield. Wubik is there. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. As we hit 0, now we just need the time to expire. Wubik now puts it back down, and there we go. Rhythm are up 3-1.
Certainly, that is the game in favor of Rhythm. Now 3-1 for the series. It is going to be close, but if Rhythm takes this next game, they take the series.
Absolutely. Put themselves in a good position to reel it on in and take it home. But it really just comes down to, can they seal the deal here in Game 5? Right now, I'm just going to say this. Dicey, Wubik are definitely looking really good here today. Been very impressed with their overall. Olvi's definitely played their part, but I definitely feel that those have been the bigger playmakers here tonight. And really just waiting to see if they are able to bring it home. Because right now, if I had to go back to the beginning of this, I'm telling you, the Rhythm are looking really good. And I'm a little nervous for what might happen moving forward, because I think they're going to seal the deal here. And they stand a chance of pushing themselves pretty far into this tournament. They continue up at this pace. The problem is, though, they have to face off against either the Bemidji Lumberjacks or Buffalo. So it really just comes down to, you know, like I said, that mental prowess is really important in these types of moments.
Yep. Looks like we're going into Game 5. Wubik. 2:46 left on clock. 1-0 in favor of the Moines Derechos. Like Fluke gonna hit it along the wall. Goes up to try to beat Ubik there. Does not. Ubik hits it towards center where Power takes it. Hits it across field to Olvi. Now Power gonna take it from there. Fluke taking it, throwing back. Olvi does hit it up over Fluke. Now Power gonna try to hit it across field. Stratus hits it in the wall. Goes up to try to set his teammate up, but ends up bringing it all the way across the goal.
Dicey booms it downfield. Fluke gets a good tap on it. However, Wubik tries to get right back on goal. A good onslaught there by the Rhythm, but it was not enough to push it past the defenders as they stayed vigilant there in front of goal and created a steel barrier that was unbreakable.
They're in lead. 3:30 left on clock. 1-0 still in favor of the Moines Derechos. Looks like they might catch up. They might want to closer, may not let themselves lose by that much, or possibly take this game as a series. But Olvi gets a score for tie game.
And we got a palindrome, ladies and gentlemen. 1-3, 1-3, 1. But only one team can come out ahead. And will it be the Rhythm? Can they push it ahead one more and seal the deal? Or will we see the Derecho find an opportunity to try to tie up this series?
We're going into 3 minutes left. 1-1. Dicey gonna pinch it upwards off Stratus. Power gonna follow it up, hit it at midfield to Wubik. Dicey's gonna take it in corner. Fluke is gonna take it from that. Now Olvi is gonna try to hit it to middle from Wubik. Bounces just a little too high. Now Fluke is gonna walk up on it, take it a little slowly because Stratus is on his way back. Now Olvi meets him for that, although it does get past. Dicey gets demoed by Power. Now Olvi is gonna go up to meet Stratus for it. He does. It's in a corner where Dicey clears it across.
2:15 remaining on the clock. Olvi in position, gets it past, and ladies and gentlemen, the Rhythm are now in a position to seal the deal here with 2 minutes and 11 seconds remaining.
Like they're breaking the tie. 2:11 on the clock. 2-2, 1-1-1.
Hold on, I gotta cut you off real quick because I just got an upset update alert that is probably gonna shake the entirety of what's happening here. St. Paul just got upset by Fargo 4-2. So ladies and gentlemen, if you were rooting for the Senators, guess what? You can root for now the Fargo Steelhawks because they have eliminated them.
Back to the game. Stratus scores to tie it up at 1:42 on the clock.
There is so much happening right now in this series, in these moments, as we are tied up 1:42 on the clock, 2-2. Something's got to give, and only one team can make that happen.
They're in lead going into this last minute, 30 seconds. Gonna stay on Rochester's side for a second. Wubik gonna get a clear to Dicey. Power meets him, hits it across the field. Wubik makes a shot towards goal. Over Fluke. Almost in goal. A little too high though. Fluke bumping Olvi. Stratus gonna take it directly down the middle slowly, but Wubik meets him and gets a good pinch to the side. Now Olvi going up towards goal. And it's in after Wubik gets a pinch downward.
And Olvi puts his team ahead once again with a beautiful setup to Wubik. 1:01 on the clock. Ladies and gentlemen, will the Rhythm seal the deal or will the Derecho find an opportunity to keep it going? I don't know, but I'll tell you this. The Rhythm have been looking really good in this series.
Yep, they're definitely in their own rhythm. Levi with a shot towards goal, but Fluky's there to save it in time. Dicey following it up, hitting it up top centered. Stratus takes it to Fluke. Ubik there to save it though. Ubik taking it past all the defenders, although Power is still on the side of it, can clear it up and over goal. Stratus now bringing it up, trying to hit it towards goal. Doesn't have enough boost to get it low enough. Ubik now clearing it high. 15 seconds left. Dicey makes a shot, but it bounces off the top post to Stratus for a clear.
What a bump. That is what you needed right there. 8 seconds. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, have the Rhythm sealed it. One last chance, and unfortunately, the Rhythm do in fact take that series. 4-1, back-to-back 4-1 series. My goodness, there's a lot happening here tonight on MCS, and I am all for it as we are getting upset after upset, and we are just getting some awesome matches in the same all together. As like I said, the Senators lost to the Fargo Steelhawks. Now the Rhythm did a great job taking down the Derecho, but like I said, it really just comes down to if you can keep that mental where you need it to be as you proceed forward, you understand your capabilities, you understand your teamwork, and you can make it all meld together. We're going to see a team that we did not expect potentially winning this major, and that is what I want to see. I mean, Bemidji is still a huge front runner to potentially take it, as they were undefeated for so long until the 1 week Uncle Stan decided he didn't want to show up. It threw off the chemistry just enough. They ended up losing 2 times. So really just excited to see how things continue to play forward. I'll just say this. I am Joseph the Voice, and I am hanging out with Red Flame. Red Flame, is there anything in particular that stood out to you there in that series?
Not much besides the good offense and defense by all 4 teams we saw today. They were all playing well, but in the end, one team just decided to get the last goal, just barely, but just enough to settle the game and series and take the game, or series, my bad.
Absolutely. And both of the, like I said, both those series went 4-1. Fargo Steelhawks are looking really good right now. They were able to take, down the Bloomington Maulers. Now they just took down the Senators. And now we'll see, will they be the team to really upset, the bracket and really change around the point distribution as we continue to move forward? It's all yet to be seen, and it's all yet to be done, but they are definitely paving a way for themselves. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I am Joseph the Voice, hanging out with Red Flame. This is the Midwest Championship Series Challenger Major 1, and we'll be back from break here in just a little bit, as I believe it is going to be Ari Arts and I think it's Stewie that are going to be in the booth. So I hope all of you have a wonderful day, and we will see you back here just shortly.
Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Don't pause. Press play. 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 Don't pause. Press play. I wanna hear what you got to say. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Don't pause. Press play. 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 Don't pause. Press play. I wanna hear what you got to say. Press play. Press play. Don't pause, press play.
Pull it, then I'm going quick, pull it, Jilla pants, yeah, I'm pulling off a bone quick, put him in a trance, bitch, you picking up the brains, put the beaters in my pants, yeah, I'm picking up the bands, going psycho. Beat, you suck like Glypo, that's the biggest sandwich, I'ma take on that bite though. Like savages, we go ravenous, no bandages for those cracks in it, so hazardous, the main mansion it, so cavitous, when I cracked the skull, I had the bliss, I got so excited, I had to piss, I imagine it, I'm finna manifest, and if I manifest, and if I have events, and I'm damaging it, yeah, I'm back to winning, yeah. I'm back to quitting myself, my prison got shit to finish. Yeah, I had a minute. Yeah, ain't had to live it. No, I'm back to winning. I'm back to business. I'm back to finish. Yeah, I'm back to winning. All your stuff like cash me on. I don't got shit, who's asking? If it don't fit, I'm passing. If I go in, I'm blasting. Let me go home like Manson. Let me taste blood like Manson. Let me taste blood, I put it through handsome. Let me get up like laughing. Hitting the curb, no crash. I said he back, I said he dripping, no drip, no check. I swear I'm running this shit like Jack. Play with my penis, I'm putting it back. I'm putting it back, making it shit, I'm making it smack. Make it so hard that it crack, yeah. Making it kick with a crack, yeah. I bagged the baddest bitch, she bad as shit, I'm bad at this. I got the benefits, I managed this, I had to hit. I meant the father figure from above. I wish he had his figured at me when I showed him love. I'm back to winning, yeah. I'm back to quitting myself, my prison got shit to finish, yeah. I had a minute, yeah. Ain't had to live it, no. I'm back to winning, I'm back to business, I'm back to finish, yeah. I'm back to winning. All your stuff like cash me on. Oh.
Hey, they screaming, this is my moment, my fate written, I'm chosen. Other spirits fall, but mine has ceased to be broken. You stripping down my pride, but I'm my only opponent. And lately I abide, but limitless I've awoken. So let me show you that everything I sacrificed mattered. All that blood, sweat, tears that I scattered. All that fake talk, fear that you splattered. Push me to right here, a new chapter.
Here, now, waiting for the flag to fall. Here, now, cutting through the rolling fog. You know you need it. It's so close, I feel it. Here, now, this is the moment.
One too many times, the shots that y'all are taking. One too many times that I've been stuck patient on my downfall. Antidote seeking while I was vacant, but the crown falls simply to those who try to take it. One shot to get two paid, and my three wet like lemonade. 4 times and I step back just to reload and I let it spray. This is everything that I need, everything that I wanted, everything that I bleed. This is victory and I got it, cause I'm
Waiting for the flag to fall. Here, now, cutting through the rolling fog. You know you need it. It's so close, I feel it. Here, now, this is the moment.
right here, right now, right now.
Now, waiting for the curtain call. Here, now.
We have got our top 4 decided. We went from the top 8 to the top 4. We've now gone through all of the quarterfinals. Now we're into our semifinal round. Myself and Ori will be taking you through the last 2 series, and that means we'll crown a major champion at the end of it for Challenger. But I'm excited, Ori, because we have gotten some upsets, some teams that I did not expect to be here by any means.
Yeah, that's the beauty of these majors. That's I told my team it's basically just like a doubleheader on steroids, because you have lower seeded teams going up against higher seeded teams. There can be a lot of placement shifts, point shifts from this major, especially if you're a lower team beating those higher placed teams. You're not only getting more points, you're also proving yourself. You're also proving your roster that you can beat those higher seeded teams, those higher placed teams, and it gives you a lot of hope going into the second half of the season, the most important part of the season where the most points are, is in this second half of the season. And this first major, I feel like, is more so a full test of a roster. How do you perform in a tournament against higher seeded teams, against maybe teams that made a recent roster shift? It's a really good measure for how teams actually are doing and how they're placing going into that second trade window. Which teams need to make a roster move, which teams made the roster move in the first one and made the correct decision. It's a lot of a finding out. You do get a decent amount of points, especially if you're in this top 4 right now, but I feel like most of the benefit is through just kind of that feeling out.
Mm-hmm. And showing the top 4 of the bracket, how it's gone out. Fargo, that team on the top, we saw them in the earlier round number 1 match, taking down the Maulers, and they did that one pretty quick in 5. But moving on, they took down the number 1 Senators, who I thought would make a run, and I think everybody in their bracket had them making a run, which is incredible to see how this Fargo team has done. But only 2 more series left to go. Fargo taking on St. Cloud on the top side. That's the one we'll be watching. And Omaha and Rochester. I don't know if one other of our friends has that on their stream, but we're going to kick off Fargo and St. Cloud. Best of 7. One of these teams is going to go to that major final. And Ori, I like how Fargo's been playing. They're sort of a Duluth from last night. And speaking of Duluth from last night, today we were informed that they decided to retire that entire roster. So they won a major and they're out. Hopefully Fargo does. Rip the major. Hopefully Fargo doesn't decide to do the same thing.
I mean, it wasn't
we'll
because they thought it was enough. They had all 3 of them work, I think, at the same job, and they had a contract. All 3 of the prioritize the money over the Rocket League, which is fair, but regardless, it's a bit awkward because you go from winning a major and being really high placed to not having any players. Regardless, at least Duluth finally won something that was a curse they had for a while. Flyers trying to start off winning right here, go from 40 to open things up.
And looking at the standings, St. Cloud a 13 seed. Don't know how they found themselves in a semifinal, but they did. They made a move right at the end of the trade window for the Rising Star team, but I guess you could say the move for their other player was made at the end of that first trade window. But adding Schlonkers to this roster, he's been tossed around a little bit between teams and challengers so far. He was on Bloomington and now finds himself on St. Cloud and has seen success in this major, has stepped up huge, but so has Fargo, Ori. They've been great since that first series, but now into this third one. What has to change for them to take this one home? I have no clue, but Fargo having to play some defense early, down 1-0.
Yeah, and I mean, any challenger team with 40-inch Schlonkers on it already kind of has my eye. I know how both of those players play. I'm quite familiar with them. Especially 40. Talks about Premier this season, didn't make it. Dorka slots that one top bins, ties us up. But both of these rosters, I feel like, they might be underdogs, they might be lower seed, but you look at the rosters and you can kind of really understand why, and it becomes a lot less of a surprise. When you take into account what these players have done, what they're capable of, and again, it's more so just at this point, it's a proving ground of, hey, we're a lower seeded team. We should be a lot higher. We're actually a really high contending team, and I mean, they're proving it right here. Both of these teams, I don't really think expected either of them to be in the top 4, but here we are.
Great follow-up from Ren. Finds the back of the net, bottom right corner, as 2-1 in favor of Fargo. They've flipped the game on its head and now lead by 1 goal as 40 will collect for the Flyers. Flip reset for As they're going to put that on the right side. Ori, and that wasn't on target, but it was pretty darn close. And this one's going to scatter and ping pong between Fargo defenders as they're going to have to retain their half for now as Dorka will go missing on the backboard. Can't get the follow up. There's more pressure from 40. Keep hearing his name. You're likely going to keep hearing his name throughout the series, but 40 has and Slonkers on the side of St. Cloud and Dorka Red and Blue for the side of the Steelhawks. And this is a 8 versus a 13 matchup for one of these teams going to the major final, Ori, and that is just, I mean, amount of sheer points these teams are getting just from winning this series alone is huge, absolutely huge to keep their season alive.
Yeah, and I mean, either way, they're already doing a pretty good job of keeping the season alive. Both of these teams going to jump up a lot after this major's over, and yeah, it's also feeling. I kind of gotta shift what I say too, because of a best of 7, it's all been best of 5. It's been so long since I feel like a tournament's been played since LAN, but here we are in Challenger, and both these teams, like you said, looking to prove themselves. And right off the rip in this game 1, it's been very close, which I always say this. Usually game 1s are the most high scoring, they're the most scrappy, but so far it's been looked pretty clean from both sides. You don't really see a lot of double commits, a lot of awkward bumps or anything like that. Might be a sign that, you know, these teams are warmed up. They've been playing series all day long. They know how they're supposed to be playing. They're playing their optimal way they should be. 40 and to get the most optimal play there with low boost. Schlonker's huge touchdown field over to Has. Can't quite get the touch. Try to keep pressure on. Still have a decent amount of time left, a minute. Maybe just to try to take things into overtime. Game 1, not a huge, I think, priority if you win it or lose it. More so what you do in the next game after. Schlonker's touch out to the side. Sidewall can't find anything. Has trying to clear, can't get it. Pass out, middle shot. Blocked away by Schlonker as they keep it off the goal line for now.
Premier Major going on tomorrow. This one just Challenger, but all in one weekend, Ori, is the thing like you were talking about. Played a ton of Rocket League today already. Looking at St. Cloud's matches, we didn't really talk about who they have beat, but looking over at their bracket, they took down the number 4 seed in Mankato, who was playing with a sub. I know that. And they took out the number 12 seed in Burnsville in 6, and they've gone to 7 in that first series, but they went to 6 in the last one. So total of 16 games so far for them on the day, as they're looking to end this one, game number 1, with only 5 seconds left. Pressure for Blue. They find the pass across. Ren's there, and only 1 second left is all it's going to take, as Fargo's likely taking game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's technically not over, Stewie, but I can count on. I don't need to have hands to count the amount of times that I've seen a 2-goal comeback with 1 second left, because that is 0. And Steelhawks will take the game 1-0. Not too much to say about that game. I mean, like I said, just clean from both teams. There isn't a lot of, again, regardless of what league it is, Premier, Rising Star, Challenger, scrappy gameplay in game 1. I think most of that can be attributed, again, to the fact these people have been playing for hours at this point. So yeah, I think it really is, especially in a game 7 or best of 7 series, just kind of like game for game. What did we do this game? What didn't work this time? How do we change it? And just quick adaptations like that. Whoever is going to be the quickest on adapting and playing the most consistent, I feel like, is going to sneak it out, because it didn't look like Steelhawks had too much of an edge over Flyers and vice versa. Yeah,
defense. So one thing that we're going to have to highlight, Ori, only allowed 1 goal there for Fargo. Is they're going to go into this game number 2 up 1-0 in this best of 7. Winner, of course, playing for that final for all the points, but loser still walking away with 10 total. So you're getting your 2 series win for sure, but having to work for it to get to this next stage. But it's going to be a next series. Whoever wins is going to have a tough battle like usual. It's only going to get harder. It's never going to get easier, but interesting to see what adjustments are made, what car designs are picked. Teams like to switch cars quite a bit. It's just part of the lore of playing this game, it seems like. But 45 seconds in, and haven't seen any kickoff shenanigans just yet. We'll see if that continues as we continue through game number 2. And big thing for me is, can St. Cloud get on the board more than once? It'll be interesting to see if their offense starts to explode here. But 40, the only one who's scored for them so far.
Now, speaking of exploding, 40's goal explosion, annihilating.
Airstrike.
Yeah, explosion, not too much of an explosive goal there. Pretty tight angle on that one, though. And like you said, 40 kind of has been the only answer they've had on offense. They've had other chances with other players. They've had shots on target. 40's the only one so far to slip it past into the goal. The way it goes sometimes. Huge fake from Dorka, taking on the entire team by himself. Eventually gets the ball swatted away, but he stays on it on the sidewall. Touch away, only into the hands of Blue. Can't find its way on target. Has now. Beautiful doink up to Schlonkers. Beats Dorka in the air. Has now downfield to the backboard. Open. Reed doesn't have the boost for it, though. 40 has to collect this awkward ball. Dorka slips it past him. Can't find the touch on the sidewall. Bit bunched up now are the Flyers in the corner, but no one's middle for Steelhawks for that pass. That was an opportunity, and so far, Stewie, it's just been that one shot and one goal, and we haven't seen anything else so far.
Might be seeing something here as that will ping pong its way, and Slonkers will just force it through. As 40 got the demo in the front line, ends up just playing it across, kind of Goomba stomps Dorka out of the way, and a free shot for his teammate to follow up and put into the back of the net. Flyers continue on rolling, Ori, into this game number 2. Is if found an answer to start off, and they may have found more than an answer. That's going to go bar down and out, and it's going to be cleared away. Fargo will get away with that one, but are they going to be able to get away with more? It doesn't seem like it. Ren with a huge save on the goal line as Blue will get dunked by 40. 40 continues to have an impact on this series. We'll see if 40 can continue to do what they do best, but has on that sidewall, a good touchdown, and possession still in St. Cloud's favor, but they may have to deal with some defense, and they do exactly that.
Yeah, good save on the back line there. It looks scary for a second, but only for so long. Shot towards it has caught with no boost. The entirety of Flyers actually just had that. I mean, Schlonker is the only person there having really anything in the tank, and thought Has might have been able to reach it, but halfway through this game, 2-1. Do we see Steelhawks kind of change that momentum again? I mean, in game 1, we saw Flyers out on the strong foot right away. 40 getting it right back off the kickoff. And you said we were going to call this player's name a lot. I fully agree. He has had 100% of the goal contribution so far for his team, which is huge. And I think this has been just whichever team can just kind of get it going. Steelhawks, Dorka, the only person having any shots so far, only 2. And all of Flyers kind of having a go at the net. It's been... I guess not very defensive side, not very offensive side, a bit of both. Again, it's just whichever team in the moment is going to be making that adaptation, is going to be executing on their play. It's very much of a coin flip in this game. In the series as well, shot high off the backboard pass. So much pressure coming off that they're able to slip it through.
Blue able to get that one to go. And a minute 51, cutting the lead down to just 1 apiece. As Fargo still keeping this game alive, not willing to let it go just yet, as it's been close for them on the comeback here in this game number 2. Is at 1 point down 2-0, and I know it's 2-1, but the passing play from Schlonkers and 40 is they're going to find a way to clear the net. Monster clear that, going backboard to backboard from Blue. Is going to be a power clear that St. Cloud do deal with, and it's one thing as those clears come off the backboard, they are so tough to position with, and nice layering from St. Cloud to be ready for that one.
Yeah, now
nice shot.
Fargo has, Flyers responding yet again, keeping it 2 goals Humans have 2 goals up, minute 15 left. Beautifully, ball size gap in between both of those players. Slots it right in between both of them. He gets himself on the board. 40. Not having his 100% goal participation anymore, but still so much he's doing on that end. This team's going to be thankful for it. As this is, like I said, this is looking to be a series where it's going to be really back and forth.
Yeah.
As to the corner, can't find much blue. Steelhawks still aren't out of it yet. They have a chance, but they're going to really need something soon to give himself enough time to really get another goal. Dorka down the other end. Maybe they find something here. Slonkers can't get a touch on it, but no one's there to collect it again. That's been a very common theme, it seems like, whenever there's a pass middle. Ren to the corner, right over to Dorka. Been really using him as much as they can. Try to get passes. Beautiful read for 40, no boost. Somehow makes the save and keeps them alive for that much longer. Has in a 1v1. Goes for the dunk. But Ren keeps them alive, but for how long? 15 seconds, Stewie. They don't need saves right now. They need a goal.
They need to get out of their half, and they're not really doing a great job of it. Dorka here has a chance. Good touch up field. But 40 has it red and cut out. Big game 2 for 40. Huge step up from St. Cloud as 1 second left. Schlonker's going to pick the bottom corner. And St. Cloud has this series even. And Ori, I think it's going to be a series of turns. It was Fargo's turning in that first game. Now in game 2, it's St. Cloud's turn. And I mean, really, I can see this one going back and forth like you were talking about. It's going to be game 6 or 7 before we're done, but we're going to 5 at least no matter what. But a great answer from Fargo here. They put up 5 on the board on 12 shots. A great offensive performance from them, but really just good layering. I like the timing on a lot of their moves. A lot of their shots, layering things as well is honestly, it's really the cleanest game that St. Cloud has played. Now, yes, it's the second game, but they could play an entire series like that and more than likely take down Fargo.
Yeah. I mean, one thing to say is the shot differential is unreal. I mean, you have 11 or 12 on the side of Flyers and only 5 for Steelhawks. And I don't know if it's just been me, but it seems that Steelhawks only really look to have signs of life on offense. Oh boy. Not in Challenger.
You're playing? Ori's playing.
I did have to sub for my team. Not gonna get into why. Yeah.
Tonight, but
this is not my
you
team,
you got your experience. Now you're gonna join a different team. You're going to play for you're playing for the Flyers now.
I had to play against Rhythm, bro. My first, like, any other team, right? We didn't get swept. We got 4-1. There was some overtimes. It wasn't like blown out of the water, but I swear to God, any other team besides Rochester Rhythm, we would have at least had a chance. But I mean, Dicey, there's a reason why they're doing so well in this major right now.
I mean, yeah, they're top 4, so I mean,
yeah,
you can't really fault them. They're a good team, and I love Olvi, how he plays with them. But speaking of that Dicey team from last season, I mean, he got 2/3 of his roster back together, and finding success in these important games is absolutely huge. And I can see that both of these teams can see that for sure. As this one starting off with no goals in the first 60 seconds, Orion, do we break that? Because we didn't really have it at the beginning of last game. It was a shootout. We did have 7, but we can see more than 7 for sure.
Yeah, and again, I look at the shot total. I wanted to say this too before I accidentally joined on the Flyers team. Dorka, it seems that the only time double tap for 40, not on target. It seems that the only time that Steelhawks have any offensive pressure is when Dorka's on the ball. When he's not, they look completely lost. Schlocker is taking advantage of a peculiarly wide open net. No one really... Dorka, the only person back on his team, gets a touch. No one there to rotate back. No one has boost.
Great play from Schlonkers to put that to the left side. And he saw that defense was not in there, as Dorka's touch did get away from them, and was able to really catch up with it. Now Schlonkers again reset towards the backboard. Ren goes missing, and that'll put some pressure on the Steelhawks defense as they have to scramble now to get a touch and get the ball out. And you know, one thing, Ori, is when you're scrambling, that's when other teams can take advantage of those corner boosts and they can create double commits like that one that now leaves Blue in a 1v2 and is able to get out. But that got real hairy for a quick second as that pinch is going to go in front of St. Cloud's net. They easily deal with it, and good layering from them again as they're able to work their way out.
40, muscling it through. Blue leaves that one middle. Schlonkers expecting a clear, but it goes right back to 40. Amazing play to kind of just lurk around here. He didn't quite leave the play yet. Schlonkers just able to get on that so quickly. And I mean, if you're Steelhawks, right now the momentum, this is going to be a huge series about momentum. Like I said, I don't. You're gonna need more weapons on offense than just Dorka. Dorka's an amazing player, but I don't think he can 1v3 Challenger. He needs a little bit of help. He's had pretty much 90% of the shots for Steelhawks. He's had most of the clears, most of the assists, most of the centers. Schlonkers having most of the goals in this game.
And yeah, him and 40 really putting a ton of pressure on this Fargo defense. Fargo kind of crumbling under that pressure, but as we move into really the latter half of this game number 3, but game number 1 has really become a distant memory for this Fargo team as they have put it behind them and understood that it's more about us winning, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 rather than game number 1. But
right.
Well, 2, 3, 4, 5, but whatever. I mean, they can win as many games as they would like to. But 2 minutes still left, Ori. And what do we see from Fargo? Can they get the offense rolling? That's the biggest thing.
Yeah. Ever since that game 2, they've kind of been kind of shocked him a bit, Flyers coming out really strong in that game 2, scoring a lot more, putting a lot more pressure on, and on the other end too, really shut down anything that wasn't a Dorka play. That one's just gonna roll its way in. I thought someone on Steelhawks was gonna get back in time. Ren just caught, not defend, just no boost, can't get back. And this is just not what you want to see out of. I mean, they're not down and out of it yet. This is the beauty of a best of 7. Is not you're down. Yeah, you're down 2-1, right? But I am Stewie. I'm gonna very boldly claim that this game is very comfortably in the hands of Flyers right now. But I mean, if you're down 2-1, all that has to happen is you win the next game, and all of a sudden it's tied. All of a sudden you're right back in it. But with the way that it's been going, it's been looking really rough. Dorka, again, the only name I'm really calling so far on the offensive end on Steelhawks.
Yeah, I mean, really, Dorka, the only one to wake up so far after that game number 1. But even game number 1, Ren was there, Blue was there setting up plays, but Dorka, has been the tip of the spear for this team, and Dorka's going to have to continue to do that as Dorka's really stuck on defense, has to make that save and does step up to the plate, but no boost for this Fargo team. We've seen them a ton be starved in their half. As Blue going to burn that entire corner that we just saw him pick up, and he's going to turn on the ball. Doesn't have anything to work with, and again, a weak shot put on that St. Cloud defense, who is happy to turn that one away. As Schlonkers line up the double, can't put it on net. 40, good catch in the midfield. Get over top of the defense, lining up another touch, but can't put it on target. Will leave the follow-up for any one of his teammates to go, but
they really.
I mean, with 30 seconds, I don't know why you would be in the offensive half looking for one more.
I mean, Steelhawks really need to send someone to that backboard. I mean, you're rotating back. You already have 2 teammates in your net. I counted it. The Flyers were able to smack it off the backboard like 4 times before anyone on Steelhawks made a touch, and that's only because they hit it into the ground. Steelhawks are finally able to meet it. They need to have someone covering more options. They need to have someone maybe trusting their team a little bit more, taking an extra second or 2 to get on that small pad rotation and get back, because I know the way Flyers are playing. They play the same way Rhythm does, where they get in your half and they suffocate you with demos, boost steals. They even steal your small pad sometimes. and they hit it in the most hard to reach awkward spots where if you're low boost, it's basically impossible for you to do anything about it.
You get you like get demoed and then you spawn in and you see like Dicey or Movik just
Right.
rotating on your pad line like right away. It's like it is such a mental stickler to think about because
It's very
like,
annoying.
dude, you just
Very
demoed me
annoying.
and now you're just gonna take my pad line as soon as I spawn in. Like it just I mean it's just tough to deal with. But Fargo have given up 2 games straight. St. Cloud has won 2 games straight, putting up 5 in the last one, then 4 in this past one. As their average for goals per game is going to go up, but I mean, up 2-0. I mean, their confidence has to be pretty darn good, Ori. Honestly, I think, you know, as I'm going to get, up 2-1, their confidence has to be pretty good. As they're 1 game away from that match point, but I just got kicked from the game. That's my game just decided to crash, so I'll log back in and get in there as quick as possible.
Well, I will carry you in the casting booth, just like
Radio
I
cast
carry you in
time.
rank 3s. No, I'm kidding.
Yes,
I'm
let's
not-
go.
Yeah, I'm definitely SSL carrying Stewie in SSL lobbies.
For sure, for sure.
Yeah, Dorka. The blue actually upfield passing Schlonkers does good to stay composed on the defensive end. Trying to get some transition play, can't find anything. Still stuck in their own half as Flyers. They're getting boost, kind of taste their own medicine with a boost starvation, but so far able to hold
I'm
on.
here.
40. 40. They get a 50 touch out middle. Has again low boost. This time is Flyers, but only for so long. They're getting a lot more space on the field now. 40 beats around 2, beats around 3. Blue though able to get a touch, but Ren there first on it keeps him alive. And Stewie, the last thing that Flyers need right now is a goal to be scored. Sorry, Steelhawks, the last thing they need is a goal to be scored on them, and 40 just does not care about their feelings. 1v3 is their entire defense. Fake air dribble dunk. Beautiful.
Great play. And you see how 40 plays that. Sits behind the ball, knows that, you know, it's only got to go one direction. It's got to go up. It's got to go into him. And understands that the defense can't really do much, you know, about it when he's there, as will work its way towards the net and in. And a minute in, St. Cloud again strikes first, as they've really taken command of this series, and they can't really, it's just 40, because he can't be stopped on offense. Has going to get away from a highway robbery on that one, as he's going to hit his own inside post and will not find the back of the net, but nearly an own goal for St. Cloud. But I mean, they'll take a save at the end of the day all day.
Yeah, I mean, it was going in if he didn't hit it, but that was still very unfortunate. Oh my goodness. Speaking of defense, 40 somehow keeping that one out. Schlonkers there to bail him out a second time, has scrambling to get this one out of the corner, and they do, catching all of Steelhawks in transition. As backward makes a beat, but it lands right in the hands of Blue. Pops it up, trying to find a follow. 40, all the boost he has. Huge clear downfield. Dorka just barely able to get back there in time.
Huge play from Dorka, able to get back and make that save. Now on the follow-up. He's going to threaten a shot. Ren into that corner. Trying to get St. Cloud to burn their boost, get themselves a cleaner offensive opportunity. Is a good ball movement from Blue, and Dorka will find an open opportunity for them, but not able to get it on target, as it will stay in this Fargo half, or excuse me, Flyers half. It's too many Fs, but Flyers still having to play some defense, working with each other to get the ball out, but they can't find that one remaining clear, and they may have found it with 40, but not going to have a ton of boost here to follow up. We'll have something, though. He does have the corner.
Oh my goodness.
Saves it.
I have no idea how this is not in Steelhawks' net right now. That was not even the fact that it was halfway in the net. He was saving it coming at the ball, shooting it at the net, and they keep it out again. Dorka this time. But Stewie, I'm gonna say this again. Their saves are awesome. They're immaculate, but they need to score. They're having more shots this game. They've definitely had pressure, even if it's came off the hand of Flyers almost own goaling it. They've had pressure. They've had shots. They just haven't had any of them to go in. They're 0-7 right now on shots converted. They're very much lacking on the offensive end. Maybe it's something here off the demo. It's an open net. Maybe they finally find 140. Absolutely no boost. Had some hope to try to save it, but cannot make it back in time.
And Dorka really worked through all 3 defenders for St. Cloud. gave Ren a touch, and Ren was able to get something for Dorka to follow up. They do get something. As it just seems like this Fargo offense has fallen flat since that first series of the night. I don't know if it's, just the confidence not being there anymore, or maybe fatigue. Yeah, they're running out of gas, but I don't know what has happened is Flyers have really shut down this Fargo offense, and I think it's just St. Cloud being a different type of defensive team. As 40 off the ceiling, flip towards the net. That is how it's done. Top left corner, 1-1-1-2 as a minute, 71 seconds left.
Well, I mean, you would love to see a 1-1-1-1-1, but I'm pretty sure Flyers are really happy that that's a 2. If you're on the side of Steelhawks, maybe not so much. But, if this game goes any of the way it should be, both of these teams, Stewie, I feel like are so even on defense. They're both making immaculate goal line saves. It's just Flyers have right now, from what I'm seeing, such an edge on the offensive end, and that's been the main thing that's been winning them these games, that's been keeping them in the driver's seat, is the fact that they just have such more threatening offense than Steelhawks. Their defense, but again, both these teams' defense super evenly matched. You see multiple saves coming up from Flyers. 40 again off the wall. What does he have this time? Decides not to use his flip, trying to take a 50 on the backboard, set it up for his teammate. Actually gets a hand in that one, which will prevent any forward momentum from Steelhawks.
Luke.
Slonkers puts it away. That's really just going to seal the game up for them. Your Steelhawks, you're hoping to maybe get a transition goal here, maybe catch Flyers overcommitted, but not going to happen. And now Steelhawks looking down the barrel of a triple match point scenario, Stewie. Ten seconds has it away, but again, it's just only so much time left, and like I said, it's been mostly just the offense of Flyers have just been helping them so much in these games. It's been helping them so much in this series. The defense from Steelhawks isn't bad, but it's not like Flyers have good offense and bad defense, and Steelhawks have good defense and bad offense, as if it evens it out. Flyers have good offense and good defense. Steelhawks have good offense. Just right now for the series, they've been better on both ends of the field as a whole as a team, and I think that's why the reason why.
I think I'm back. I love it. I love Discord. When I'm tabbed out of it, it likes to just disconnect me. But we're gonna have a server reset, Ori, for everything. I'll go ahead and put it up for you friends. But it's interesting, Ori, because after this game 4, it seems like everything is against this Fargo team. They have their back against the wall completely, and now on to match point. Are the Flyers? What do Fargo have left? They have got to figure something out on offense. It's got to be a different formula, different idea, something.
Yeah, and I just think they need to match him on offense, because you can only keep the ball out of your net for so long, especially when it's 40 is definitely known for his offensive prowess as a player. You can only do so much for so long. I think they're doing fine on defense. They're making good saves. They're usually keeping pretty composed. There's a couple of times where they maybe be bunched up, but it's not anything to worry about. I think they just need to have threats on offense, because that's where most of your comfortability comes in. Who has control over the game? Who has the pressure? Who has the boost management? Who has the control over the field? And having good offense helps you with that so much, and I think that's just mostly what they're lacking. They're just lacking that edge on offense. They're not able to match Flyers on it, and the few times Flyers have to play defense, they're just as good as Steelhawks are.
Yeah, and I think it's more of going back to what you said about threats. I mean, besides Dork, I don't feel like there is a threat from this Fargo team. It just seems like they don't have a lot of, in structure, I would say, but more of, players you're afraid to play against. I guess you could say Dorka you could be afraid to play against, but other than that, all three of them really have to step up here on offense to take down St. Cloud, because St. Cloud is one game away and are about as close as you could possibly want to putting this series to bed. And Ori, I have to think though that they're gonna find a way to find the back of the net here. I don't know if it's defense that maybe Fargo needs to focus on, but they've made the games pretty darn scrappy. But I think they'd be better suited to figure out an offensive idea.
Yeah, I think they just need to do a better job at pushing out of their half and mainly staying in Flyers half, because it seems like a lot of their offense is just one, maybe two shots, and then they don't even really have a follow-up. So maybe trying to boost off, trying to play more aggressive. Beautiful saves coming out from both sides so far. Another one right there, keeping this game 0-0. Not letting Flyers take this one easily, not letting them take the series. Again, triple match point. It's all or nothing. You have nothing left to lose. You might as well throw the whole kitchen sink at them. But yeah, they just need to. If it's not on the ball, if they're getting beat, if they're not winning their 50s, that is. Dork. I thought Dorka was about to own goal, but somehow rotates his car and hits it off to the side. They stay alive so far, but yeah, Steelhawks just need to find more. They need to, maybe if something isn't working out, they need to find something different. Off-ball pressure, demos, bumps, anything at this point, because you're not going to have another game to adjust after this one, Stewie.
Yeah, it's all over if you don't adjust now. Adapt or die is what I'll say. Is Haz goes to the front half of that Fargo box, trying to find one goal is all it's going to take for St. Cloud to move on to that grand final. They're so close, so close to it, putting on a ton of pressure on this Fargo side, as Fargo really can't get out. And only 2:40 left. Game almost halfway done, and the blue side of the field has seen the entirety of the game as Haz picks the top left corner, and you can't place it much better than that.
You can play as good as the defense as you want to, but I mean, eventually after so much pressure, Blue almost even making that save with 0 boost. Stewie, you can play as good as a defense as you want, but like I said, if you don't have that control, if you don't have those threats, it's not going to matter.
That's right. You don't have something layering your offense together. It is not going to threaten very much as Dorka this time has an answer as Blue finds Dorka all the way down the field. A beautiful placement on that shot, as that's going to go bar down and in. And somehow this Fargo team just will not let it die.
No.
Game halfway done, and they're pretty darn close, sorry, to keeping it together.
Yeah, we were talking about multiple threats. There is Blue finding his teammate, and, you know, Dorka saying anything you can do, I can do even better. That's an even better, more powerful, more well-placed shot around more defenders that goes in. The one-up mentality, I mean, they're gonna need, like I said, anything at this point to help them, but especially that Dorka, again, maybe the other way, huge transition, catching Flyers off guard. And for the first time in a long time, it feels like Steelhawks, they have a creak in the door, Stewie.
Yeah. Still with a foot in the door, I guess you could say, or pinky toe, more is what we're thinking here, Ori. But can they continue that? Can they keep on going? Because they can't just be Dorka through the rest of the series. Blue and Ren got to get it going as well, as Dorka has stepped up and given them life. Now we've got a minute 40 left. Still plenty of time for St. Cloud to add it up, but that overcommit's not helping. Yes. This game is now a 2-goal game, as Slonkers gets caught, 40 gets caught, and Ren steps up when you need him the most. And Fargo have this game in command, and if they get this, we'll see a game 6, Ori.
Yeah, maybe your mythology of saying games 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 matter might have just been predicting that Flyers will win in 6 instead of 5, but the game is not over, and if there's any team that can score and rapid fire succession. It is definitely this team, especially with these players, but not if Dorka can make it a 4-1, but can off that ceiling. Another follow-up. You see signs of life now, Stewie, flying out from the side of the Steelhawks. Everybody getting involved in this offensive play for them. And
This is much better.
yeah, this is the signs of this is what I was talking about. Their entire team, not just Dorka, their entire team getting involved, making those challenges, even just being there for those 50s is just so huge. But no, they have momentum now. What are they gonna do with it?
Yeah, that's the big thing. What are they going to do with it after this game? It's done as
Oh my.
Ren somehow gets contact on that. Don't know how I mean, don't know how that was even possible. 40 though comes right back and cuts the lead to 2 as Has gets caught. 40 demos the midfield player, and that's all it takes, as this game is now a 2-goal game. And what are we going to see from this Steelhawks side? Can they hang on with only 50 seconds left?
Yeah. Like, can they hang on, Sui? Because it's not locked in yet. Double tap from Blue. Almost finds its way towards the net. 40 seconds left. Every single second matters so much. 40 at 40 seconds doesn't find the net. That would have been in if he got it under the crossbar. But now so much time burned after that missed opportunity. 40 again towards the other end. And that huge clear is so devastating for the hopes of these players. Past middle, not able to find anything. Cleared away, but hit right back into their defensive corner. No boost on for any of these players, really, with 10 seconds left, Stewie.
Yeah.
It's all but over at this
6.
point.
As this one likely going to hit the ground, and we're going to go to a game 6. Fargo has forced it. They stepped up offensively when we asked them to, when we needed them the most. They are there.
They did not vanish.
They did not vanish. No pun intended. But as we will go to a game 6 no matter what. And I think that right now the momentum is Fargo, as it is Fargo's series to win at this point, but it's St. Cloud's series to lose. Or if they give up this next game, I'm favoring Fargo's momentum going into game 7.
Yeah. I mean, you don't want to be scared if you're Flyers. You don't want to let those voices come in of, oh, they're actually in a spot now.
Yeah. We could
right,
lose.
Right. You were in, so you had so much control in those first games. What a beautiful way to start out this one. If you're the Steelhawks, oh my goodness, Dorka off the ceiling, Ren right there in the bottom corner to beat it.
That's just disgusting. As that one will find the back of the net. Beautiful pass set up from Dorka, as Ren is there to receive it. Touch is going to go into the back of the net. Another chance for Ren off the kickoff. That one got pretty darn hairy pretty quick for that St. Cloud defense, as Blue is back on the defensive half to shut down 40. Can't really give it up, as Ori, this game has gotten super darn close. This series has gotten close for just the most random reasons possible. It seems like St. Cloud's offense now, I mean, they're not allowed to play offense anymore. The pressure from this Fargo team has just doubled, if not tripled.
Yeah, I have no idea what's gotten into them, Stewie. Like I said, I saw it at the end of game 5. They had signs of life. There were people, they were challenging, they were being confident. Has is looking to take all of that away, though. Beautiful. Like, the corners of the net are just full of, if you had a heat map, just absolutely red on every single corner.
Yep.
It's been very, very few shots that have been able to go in through the middle. It's been very well-placed shots this entire series.
Yeah. And really for some teams, it's just about finding the net in general, just being able to put the ball on target. But for the St. Cloud team, it seems like it's being able to put the ball into a place where Fargo has no chance to even save it. And that one from Has, well played, but this one going to go off the side. Is anyone there for St. Cloud to put together an offensive chance? Swankers is there. Off that corner, Dorka was bumped, but is able to make the touch anyway. as that one's gonna go into the midfield. Ping pong to end now as we're tied at 1 and there's still 3.5 left, but Cloud still on the press. They want to find that leading goal, and they almost do, as that's going to pinch off the crossbar. Has his follow-up is blocked. Follow-up again from St. Cloud is not going to be on target, and the Flyers forced to play some defense now as the ball is going to enter their half.
Dorka being an absolute menace in the corner. Ren goes missing. That's a bit of a scary opportunity now for Flyers. 40, though, no boost. Blue, also not having much of his own, fakes out a player. Dorka, absolutely no boost on any of the Seahawks players, but they live for just as long to get it out of their own half. Schlonkers maybe to double tap it to himself, can't find it. I see a lot more signs of life coming from Flyers, looking like themselves again from the earlier games in this series. Has looking to set up something again. 40 now, that's dangerous, but can't find it towards net. Has is there. Blue has to make a touch and does. 40 blocked away by Ren. And somehow, Flyers with 0 boost have been able to keep it alive, but for only how long? I can't cast the curse if I don't stop talking, Stewie.
Has stepping up massive in game number 6, and it was that touch by Blue again out of the other corner this time that gets that opening for St. Cloud to put this one to bed. And I don't know what you're going to do if you're Fargo now, as that's back-to-back mistakes from them and a lead given up, as you cannot continue that if you want to win this game 6 and force game 7, Ori, because they're running out of time. Only 2 minutes left. And I mean, when you're chasing down the circumstance of losing a series, it's never going to help you mentally, as this one is almost done and dusted, and St. Cloud are 1 minute and 45 away from that grand final.
Yeah. I mean, it's not over, though, if you're Steelhawks. Still so much time, but...
Oh, yeah.
It's got to be gut-wrenching to lose it in a fashion where you're just making mistakes. Blue, that was very scarily almost an own goal. We've seen many very close calls this game for putting it in the wrong side of the net, but none really falling through. Touchdown middle. Has is there. Off the defender. Floats awkwardly in front of the net. Someone has to have boost, and someone finally does clear it. Dorka getting that down as far field as he can. He actually finds a shot off of that. Catching the entire defense of Flyers just sleeping.
I mean, what are you supposed to do here? That one just it really ping pongs in front of that Fargo or that St. Cloud net, and Fargo's able to capitalize off of it. Now tying this game up, 71 seconds left. Last game they scored with 1:11 to go, and now they score again with 1:11 to go. As it just seems like their time of day. It's their time to shine and their time to get to game number 7, but they got to find another one. As St. Cloud again on the offensive pressure on the press, want to put this one to bed. Has in that corner, no boost and not a ton of time for him to work with. As Dorka will get that clear, but can't get it out just yet. Schlonkers off the backboard. It's going to be awkward for Fargo to deal with. They do exactly that, but no one able to chow the ball just yet. Blue goes, as Dorka will get that one away. 30 seconds left, and Fargo just hoping to get to an overtime at this point.
Yeah, and if you're Flyers, you want anything besides that, they might have made a mistake here on defense. The pass goes too wide. Has is there to interrupt it. Catches them with no boost. Can't get a follow-up touch, though. Dorka all by himself is going to clear this one away. Schlonkers is ready for it. Up in the air. All by himself. What does he have? Bump on the goal line attempt. Schlonkers slippery set blocked away by Ren. 40 towards net with 4 seconds left. The follow-up is there and is blocked away again by Steelhawks. They just refuse to go out in this series.
Going to force overtime off that play. Played by them as this one on the kickoff. Blue kind of caught in the midfield. And in the cookie jar a little bit too far as Dorka has to tip that away. And once again, Fargo going to save themselves for now as Blue will challenge Schlonkers in the air. Dorka, it's been instrumental for the Steelhawks offense to keep them in this series so far in this game number 6 and 5. Now looking to force number 7. As Blue and Ren are caught on that sidewall. Blue, though, is able to make up for it. The lead bump attempt is there as Dorka's kind of caught out, but will have that touch to the corner. And corner bounces have been killer for this Fargo defense as they're looking to hang on, and they're doing just that, as Slonkers will have his shot blocked. Dorka no boost, but will get the clear as Ren is demoed.
Oh.
40, though, doesn't get enough on it, as that was a open opportunity for them to maybe find the back of the net, but they can't get it just yet, and we're 60 seconds in overtime.
I mean, that was the opportunity, Stewie. They
Yeah.
miss it, but oh my goodness. Multiple players go missing, and it's saved away, thankfully, by Ren. I have no idea what, Stewie, that was 3 players go flying past the same ball. Everyone expecting to touch it. 40 able to keep composed on the backboard, keeps it out of the top left, you see major panic coming up from Flyers. They're feeling the pressure that Steelhawks is putting on them. Pass down middle, shot's not there, Renbo to shoot, saved by Haz. Both sides just refusing to lose this game, Stewie. They know what it means. Flyers do not want to have to go to a Game 7. They don't want to have Steelhawks have momentum. And Steelhawks know that they have absolutely nothing left to lose. If they don't win this, they go home.
Oh,
Flyers
boy.
want to end it right here, right now. Dorka towards the net. 40 is going to be back for that easy clear.
Finds Haz. Haz, though, misses the touch.
Oh.
As that was an open chance, and Blue will have that clear. Slonkers decides to take the time, but doesn't have any boost. And one thing, you brought up, neither one of these teams wants to quit, but honestly, how much is left in the tank at this point? We're into Game 6, and we're into a 2-minute and 30-second now overtime. As Dorka will miss that, Slonkers has that touch. Haz gets the demo on the backside. No one's home for Fargo. Renbo on the spawn has to make the save and does. As Blue will collect that corner, Dorka has the front side blocked. As another demo from Haz,
bump.
they're just trying to put him in. And finally, they do. They tuck him in and put him home.
40 finally answers the call to this series. They put it away. The player to start it out ends it. Got the first goal of the series and got the last one. Beautiful demo play. And Flyers, with a bit closer than they might have wanted that series to be, do take it away in Game 6 overtime, but props to Steelhawks. I mean, they're going to get maybe less points, but Stewie, I mean, going into the second trade window,
Do they really expect to do this well in
Like,
the major? I don't know.
you beat these high-placed teams. You do well. You contend. You show that as a team you can have what it takes at times. And like I said, yes, the points are helpful, but the experience of knowing where your team's at is so instrumental. And what they were able to do today was nothing short of
Amazing.
unexpected. Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
it-
unexpected
definitely.
and amazing, and honestly, just an incredible performance from them. I mean, can you expect any more from them? I mean, they really stepped it up. Honestly, they did everything that they could, and it showed. Really, shout out to all 3 of those Fargo players. Did everything that they could. Really did everything that they could to get to that Game 7, but they fall short just here. As it's I mean, it's unfortunate, but you're going in as the 8 seed, even the 13 seed. It's really difficult for you to predict. But on the other side of that bracket, the semifinal, the other one was determined a lot faster than ours.
Yeah.
Rochester making the run like I thought they would, and they take out Omaha in 5. So grand finals are set. It is the St. Cloud Flyers taking on the Rochester Rhythm. And honestly, the Rochester Rhythm look like they're on a warpath at this point. And Ori, I mean, we're moving on from that semifinals. Now we're going to the final, all the points on the line here. Just some quick thoughts about the matchup before we send it to a break.
I mean, it's going to be really interesting. I don't think anyone would say that Rhythm wouldn't make it. They definitely were a team to look out for, and they're proving why. This will be a huge confidence booster for their team if they're able to do it. Wubik still looking for an MCS championship win, and they might be starting out on the right foot here, but we don't know yet, and you guys don't either, so do not go anywhere. We will be back right after this break.
Why I let you, but you had to lie to spark.
She found a way into my heart. Oh, oh, she don't make out, no, she make art. And I need a way to treat it, cause I keep getting high off of her. Off of her. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you. Back to you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the major number one final of Challenger. We're in our ninth season of Midwest Championship Series. One more is all it's going to take. Me and Wolf are going to take you through it, just like we took you through Challenger or Rising Star last night. Excuse me. We're going to take you through Challenger. The grand finals are set. The Rochester Rhythm are taking on the St. Cloud Flyers. It's a classic matchup that's been going on for decades, since before time, the land of the dinosaurs saw these two teams play against each other. As this one is going to end with a best of 7. Winner going to take all of those points. And Brock, I mean, they're really, it's been all Rochester tonight, but St. Cloud has made a run of their own. I don't know. I like this Rochester team. I really like their layering, especially with where they place Olvi on the field. You know, going from a different third now this season. They started off with somebody else. With Olvi, it was Pink, and then they moved on from Pink and picked up Wubik. I really like the layering that they bring in with Olvi. Olvi is a player who likes space, likes to have boost, and Dicey and Wubik do a pretty darn good job of giving that to him. But I think that we're gonna see a test for them. I feel like 40 and Has have been playing great Rocket League. Shonkers has been, all three of them have been playing great Rocket League. But yeah, no, I really think that I'm still on the Rochester train, but I feel like St. Cloud could give them a run for their money here. I don't think that it's going to be as quick of a series as Dicey and his team are hoping for. I would go with Rochester in 6. I'd give 2 games to St. Cloud, but I really think St. Cloud could take 3 at least. Mm-hmm. Vital. Yeah. As St. Cloud, being in 13th place, needing as many points as they can to
I'm
climb
muted.
all the way to the
I've been
top.
muted this entire time.
That's
Lovely.
funny.
You love that,
As
Steve.
my fault, but
No, that's me.
I should probably hit you with the hey Brock, you're maybe muted on the stream. I did have it pulled up. As this one's gonna get hairy all the way, as somehow Olvi gets that one away. As Olvi with a big save to keep Rochester in this game one right away, as Has wants to press, gets to that backboard 40, line up a double, but Olvi has it shut down, and we're gonna see that more often than not. Is these two teams play out of Challenger, play the best when it comes to backboard defense. We'll see if they keep that up, but this Rochester team, 2/3 of their team that made land last season and got into that grand final, fell short of the title, losing to Bemidji. They want revenge. Wubik has been searching for a win for a long time, going on how many years now, has been playing in this league, searching for something. As maybe this is the season to get it done, but I mean, St. Cloud needs this series win just to stay in the season. I mean, 21 points would go a long way here for them.
Yeah, especially considering they're 13th seeded. Definitely going to help them out, even if they lose this final, to get closer to that top 8 spot, as Dicey and company are not bumping each other. It's St. Cloud, they're bumping each other. Dicey double touch saved by 40. Of course, we have to see Dicey get blocked, as he also denied, I believe, a Stratus double way back in the quarterfinals that was pretty cringe to block, but it's Dicey. One of the best defensive players we've seen in a long time, as Schlonker's going to get credited with the goal, but the Rochester defense falling apart here. I think it's an own goal.
Sholo going to put that one on target. Dicey can't make the save, and absolutely huge. As 2:55 left in this game one. Reminder, it's a best of 7, so we got a lot of Rocket League ahead of us. Last night, though, we were not really treated to a lot of long games on stream, Brock. We had how many?
It's pretty quick.
5 game sets. I don't even think we saw game 6. As Tokyo was lonely, but maybe tonight it'll be different. But these two teams really wanting to fight each other, as Olvi can't make contact on that fight in terms of giving it their all to defeat each other in the heart of battle. Still a lot of time for Rochester to get this one evened up, but they cannot get a handle of their half.
Yeah, this speed from St. Cloud is making it very difficult for Rochester to deal with, and it still could be bad. Wubik makes a touch. It's just scramble on the defensive end for Rochester, and it's giving space to Has. Flip reset. Goes to the ground, denied by Wubik. As Dicey goes up the wall, it's going to win the 50 to the corner. Wubik, a player that we all know deserves a championship and can get one right here if things pan out in the way for Rochester. Dicey, of course, already won plenty of championships, even on in these majors as well, let alone in-person tournaments. But Olvi, of course, a rookie, Has as well. Schlonkers and 40 both major winners in the past. I believe 40 has one in Rising Star and Challenger.
Yep.
So a lot of experience on the side of the Flyers, but I mean, it's Dicey, man. You instantly get like plus 10 years of experience if you team with him, as 40 off of the backboard can't get it to go away. As Flyers with that opening goal, really putting pressure on the rhythm as they try to get the physicality down. Wow, it's on the goal line. It's off the post, but 40 is able to get a touch out into safety, Stewie, and for the time being, the Flyers hang on.
And all 3 St. Cloud defenders, and it just found its way out. Olvi, chance for a reset, shut down by Sholo, as 40 will cut that out. Has is there to cover it. Sholo last back. Has to get one touch forward. We'll find 40. Good passing play between them, but no follow-up going to come, as no boost in that corner. As Dicey and the team got to find one here as they're on the press. No boost for 40, but he wins the challenge and wins the ball. Wubik collects that corner boost. Ubik is dangerous off the backboard.
What a
Dicey's
read.
there. It's shut down by St. Cloud's defense as Olvi now has to collect. Not a ton of boost for him in that corner. 10 seconds left. Wolf, and we're nearing towards the
Ooh,
finish of game one,
big
and St.
touch.
Cloud hanging on by a thread.
Yeah, Rochester don't want to be on defense here, especially when they're down one. They got to be able to keep this ball up if they want to have a chance. Olvi goes missing. Wubik has to scramble and keep it up. Has keeps it up.
The bump.
And Wubik to his own backboard just has to do anything to keep it up at this point. 40 will drop it. The St. Cloud Flyers will be victorious in game one.
Big play for them as they start off the series hot, and it's important that they get going right away coming off of that win against Fargo. It's important that they keep the momentum that they created in that series and continue it through this best of 7.
I think he's switching to the Mantis, Stewie.
Yeah, I think he's doing something.
Dicey
He's
leaving
trying
the game
something
for a
different.
car
Dicey-
change.
Yeah,
We're doomed.
never seen it.
We're doomed.
Yeah, we're doomed. We are
I mean,
going to HE double hockey sticks.
I remember, he's in the FedEx, but I remember back in that season 7 final, he told me that he wasn't going to bring out the Mantis during the series. We get to like beginning of like game 5 or 6,
And he brings it out.
and he totally has it on.
Yeah.
And I'm like, just do your thing, man. Whatever works for you. But man, this Rhythm team, kind of shocking that they weren't able to score there. It seemed like their structure was, once they got onto offense, their structure looked really good. They were setting up those 50s. The physicality was coming through. But in the end, it wasn't enough. They couldn't execute on a goal, and were mainly on defense most of the time. St. Cloud's speed, really key for me here in game 1 and the rest of this series, if Rochester can keep up, because it's a tale of two different play styles. One very quick, and the other more so you want to slow it down, take the 50, and remove the defense out of the way. So far, Flyers will beat out Wubik there on the back line. Olvi, huge touch into the corner. Gonna bounce central. 40 is forced to make a touch. Will follow it up. Nobody there to challenge him. They're just gonna let 40 give ball, which it's got its pros and cons. You know, if he feeds you the ball, it's great, but you don't want to give him that time, Stewie, because we know how good of a player 40 is.
Oh, huge fake on that goal line, and running interference was Has.
Hey, they're using the Rochester play style.
Yeah, I love it. They're playing methodical. They're using the time that they have to create a better shot and a better opportunity for themselves, and that's all you can say is that one will find its way through. Another lead for St. Cloud, as they have not given up a goal to this Rochester team. Can Rochester get going on the offensive end? We talked about their play style a little bit, but their layering is good. It just comes down to them hitting the shots and then putting it on target.
Wow.
As that one's going to bounce terribly. Olvi hits the crossbar and thanks his lucky stars and thanks to the gods of the Fruit Ninja.
And this is the second goal, at least on stream, that I can account for the Rhythm, where they've bounced it off of the crossbar and it's taken a bounce right back into them. They've missed the shot, but the ball came right back into them to follow it down. I think Wubik had one way earlier in the tournament. And now it's Olvi, but a goal is a goal. And with that game 1 being 1-0, that's a great pass though from 40 to Schlonkers. And that midfield just given up by Rochester. Great win from 40. Look at the recovery, Stewie, on 40 to find Schlonkers midfield. And the shot is picture perfect.
Yeah, no chance even for that Rochester defender to make that touch. And great recovery from 40 to find that pass across. Beautiful shot. As St. Cloud again on top. Wubik towards the backboard. Pressing forward again is Olvi. As Rochester want to even this game real right quick as Has goes missing. Only 22 points for Has in this game. Got to find some form of structure here for them, as, I mean, you know, you can have a little amount of points, but it doesn't matter if your team's doing all the work. As 40 will get the demo. Has gets the save, gets a little points there, but 40 has to clear it again. And 40's been huge for St. Cloud so far, but I mean, you know, we will name a major MVP at the end of this series when it is all said and done. So if you have an idea of who you think it is, drop your guesses. But For now, so far, it's been all a St. Cloud as they continue to communicate and really put this series to light with only 2 minutes left. Rochester got to find another one. And no, Brock, they're really not doing the best job of it as they continue to be really awkward in their defensive half.
Mm-hmm. And it's going to be a challenge for Rochester to get past their own defensive end because we know they can play good defense and it can stall them a lot of time. But when you're down a goal, you can't be in that position. You have to be able to execute. In this situation, it feels like they need a counterattack play because keeping consistent pressure, I mean, they're trying to control their 50s, but St. Cloud is just diving constantly at the ball, which makes the 50 go haywire. You can't really control the ball when it's moving so fast. Has 50, this one just gonna roll through the back of the net. The Flyers take a strong 50, and it's able to fake out the defense.
Oh.
I mean, it's mainly 40, man. How do you expect him to miss?
Yeah, I mean, Wubik's sitting there on the goal line expecting 40 to make contact on that. He doesn't. And, yeah, you have no idea if 40 is going to even come close to hitting the ball. And blame Wubik for playing that flip reset. Wubik gets another. It's underneath it, but shut down by Slonkers right away. 75 seconds left as there's still time for Rochester, but they got to find some offensive chances here as, I mean, Wubik has been pretty quiet so far in this series, and Olai as well. It's mainly been Dicey on the offensive half to generate a lot of the offense. The physical plays coming through him, driving through him as Olai this time nearly found the back of the net. Huge save again from Slonkers.
And I mean, their offense can be dangerous. I mean, Wubik, of course, the lead runner in terms of offensive, I guess, efficiency, if you will. The mechanics, the space that he creates, the most dangerous player on the team if he's feeling himself, as Has just gonna block his own teammate's shot. But Olvi and Dicey got to be doing the good old gridiron football work there. They've got to start taking these 50s. They mainly got to start demoing them, but it's so hard to disrupt them when they're moving at Mach 10, Stewie.
Yeah, speeding through everything. As that touch is going to go on net, it will make its way through. Only 8 seconds left, and St. Cloud making this series as chaotic as possible. That's what's worked for them in this major so far. This run that they have made is incredible, and it will continue into this game 3 coming up. 2-0 advantage Flyers. They're 2 games away from a sweep. Rochester have got to figure something out right now.
Yep. Down 2 goals to start, and what's unique about this major is that we haven't had this format in the past. And so there's no upper bracket advantage. There's no lower bracket disadvantage. No 1-game win to that upper bracket team because there is no upper bracket. It's a single elimination bracket. It's all even here. You can't blame a game win now since it's all said and done and even. As the Flyers go up 2-0, Stewie, and Rochester, we're trying to see them implement their game, their gameplay, their game plan. By taking that initial 50, they're trying to slow it down, but the Flyers are just constantly winning those challenges, and the combination of the counter play from the Flyers when they're going so fast at the ball, while the Rhythm are slowing it down, trying to get behind the ball. When you've got no momentum to counter the speed of the Flyers, you're going to lose the 50. The 50's not going to go in your favor. And that's what's kind of been happening. The Rhythm haven't been able to establish those 50s because currently they're not fast enough right now to deal with the Flyer speed.
And St. Cloud really playing through that 50, but not only winning in half the time, but also that their second man's so close on the follow-up, willing to do anything and everything to make sure that they stay stay close to that, not 50ing it, as this is really just unreal play so far from this St. Cloud team on offense, but on defense too. Slonkers has stepped it up massively for his team as him and 40 will double commit out of that corner. Olvi, big challenge win here. Will beat 40 out. Slonkers is last back. Does make the good touch though, and we'll see what difference is made here. Is Dicey is in. Just,
I don't know what
I mean,
that
it's
is.
his
I mean,
prerogative
there's
at
too
this
many.
point. I honestly don't even know what the car is called, Brock. I
There's
could
so
not tell
many
you.
cars in the game that look somewhat similar. As 40 leaves the game, and I think we're allowed to. If they say stop, aren't we obligated to reset this game?
Yeah.
He joined back, and he's just trying to get. We're gonna continue play. As if it passed a minute there, we would have had to play on without 40 if they didn't say anything.
There was no goal, so I mean, sounds like it never even happened.
Yeah, imagine if 40 disconnects there the rest of the game. They don't say stop. They didn't try anything. It's a 2v3 the rest of the game. You can't, judging by rule, I don't know if the players know the rules, but that would have been detrimental for the Flyers. But 40 joins back. He can join back whenever, of course, after disconnect. Schlonkers to the backboard. 40 coming through. Olvi going to get the save. Has trying to utilize that backboard. Dicey low boost can't cover it. Wubik does get a big clear, but 40 to keep it in. So far, it's 0-0 here in Game 3. And Stewie, this is such a big game for the Rhythm to win. You're thinking the series might be over. Olvi huge clear. Did they catch the defense out? No. But a reverse sweep in a best of 7 would be something special. So I'm thinking it's a much more winnable series. The Rhythm get the game win here in Game 3.
Yeah, they need this win, and they need it like now if they want to keep this series going. As Has hits the crossbar, 40 will go on this. As third man will commit and keep it through. As 50 will come out as that shot on target from Dicey. The demo came in from Wubik, and it was an open chance for a little bit. As Has nearly picks the top right corner. Olvi off the sidewall. Seeing the changes that Rochester have made, they recognize that the speed is really just the key for St. Cloud. And can they keep the press going forward? Dicey into that corner, double tap chance, can't line it up, but no boost for half of St. Cloud here. They got to find some pads.
Ooh, and there was some space on the goal line there. Olvi, I think if he shot it, it would have been saved anyways, but space was given. Olvi to the backboard. It's unguarded. Has just going to let Schlonkers go for that one. Dicey now in the corner, no boost. Can kick it out mid here. Maybe goes for the bump as well. Olvi 50 to the ceiling, drops it down to Wubik. It's on target. They can't recover in time on the defense, and the Rochester Rhythm take the lead in Game 3.
Huge play. Absolutely huge. We have no idea how huge that is in the perspective of things. That has to find its way in for Rochester if they want to keep this series going. It's down 3-0 like we talked about. The chances of them winning that, I mean, between being down 2-1 and 3-0, I mean, it's like night and day.
Huge.
As the demo from Dicey opens it up. 2-0 advantage Rochester.
And it's the 50 that goes high. It's going to favor the offense all the time. As that one drops down, Dicey turns and is ready for it. Fires it into the back of the net. And if you're Rochester, they'll do anything to avoid overtime. They don't want to make this game winnable for the Flyers, because this could change the course of the series if they get this into overtime. So 2-goal lead here. About 90 seconds to play. Olvi low boost. Does control it low, just being disruptive on the back end, making St. Cloud awkward, which is something that we haven't really seen majority of this series. As the bumps are coming out, confidence is starting to rise for the Rhythm.
Yeah, they're starting to get the physical plays going, and I think it's comboed with the speed increase. We're seeing how quick they're getting to some of these challenges in the midfield. Good layering, though, from them to start this Game 3 and really just throw out it as the demo's coming through. You can't do much about it because
like a bot.
Olvi's running interference as
Wubik looks like the Sear bot. Look at this dribble.
Yeah, it's literally just basic. Just run it into the net.
Perfect car control,
nothing
man.
crazy about it here, Brock.
I mean, just perfect 50, perfect positioning on the car, perfect dribble. It all goes well for the Rhythm here in a much-needed game. Much-needed win. They get it done here. Very likely in Game 3 as St. Cloud double commit here. They've got 50 seconds to put something together. And we know that this Rochester team can get scrappy on defense. And if we see St. Cloud start to get comfortable on offense again, that's really when the series goes in favor of St. Cloud. But so far, Game 3, it was all rhythm towards the end of that game. It was a really close game up until the end of it. It was that Wubik icebreaker shot that really got them the goal that they needed to kickstart, have that bit of hope to take this game away. And right now, looking at a 2-1 series in favor of the Rhythm. They win this next one, Stewie. We got ourselves a series.
Yeah.
And they have that extra game to lose now, too. Since they won that, they've got that extra life as opposed to being down 3. So on to game 4 we go.
Yep. And it's important that they stay in it all throughout because they can only do so much. Huge play from the Rhythm here as they're going to go to the end of this game number 4 up or down 2-1, excuse me. As we'll see when that car change comes in. But so far, Dicey still sticking away from it. No idea what car he selected here, but can the Rhythm continue what they have done? Really, I think overall it really doesn't have anything to do with the disconnect, Brock. I think it's more of just Rochester changing up their idea, changing up their play style, thinking about what is beating them currently and not letting it happen again.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that the disconnect didn't have to, shape this series in any way, because I hate that. That's the one thing that you can't control is when you disconnect from the game and it becomes unfair. But Wubik off the ceiling immediately, putting a threatening shot on. At the beginning of game 4, it's St. Cloud on offense, Olvi to deny, 40 being forced to expend all of his boost. Gonna lose a 50 back to Haz, who goes missing, had a lot of boost. Still gonna trail behind this ball as Dicey tries to remove him out of the way. Schlonker's now on his defensive end. Wubik gonna get bumped off this one as the physicality from both sides. Very important here. I think more so for Rochester. Their offense flows so well when they get their physicality down as Wubik bounce shot into the left side of the net. That's uncovered at, what is that recovery at? I think that's just Rocket League, Stewie.
Yeah, I don't know what in the world that was.
I don't know how you do that.
I don't even know if that's possible. You can do that twice, but plenty of time still left for St. Cloud to get going. Their offense kind of falling flat here. Infield pass lined up from 40, but nobody there to receive it. As again, they continue a great touch from 40 off that backboard. Wubik's there to collect, and a good play as he will keep ball in possession of Rochester. Again, though, the 50 not going their way. And they improved on those 50s in that game 3. That infield pass from Vaz was lined up tremendously for 40 to receive it, but the shot just wasn't there. The execution was good, but
they're full committing.
In time is what a drop down from Haz, and Schlonkers is there to tie the game.
I mean, Flyers all of them had like no boost, but it's a miss from Wubik and has just that little touch. Dicey's so close to getting the 50 there, and St. Cloud gets bailed out, man. If Rochester started a counterattack, we're looking at a completely different scoreline here. Rochester had boost advantage. St. Cloud literally had none. But it's a tie game as opposed to it. Haz looking for the double. Wubik now coming off of the backboard to take a 50. Loses it so perfectly to Dicey, but a huge challenge out of the Flyers. As this one's going to go to the backboard. Wubik goes missing. Dicey gets a much needed touch. As the Flyers are starting to make Rochester look a bit scrappy on defense.
In these majors, the points boosted, the stakes a little bit higher. I mean, this Flyers team, I keep calling them Fargo, this Flyers team understands what is required here. The fact that they get this win done and dusted, but I mean, this Rochester team, we knew they'd come back. Even down 2-0, I'm like, this series ain't over. I knew that this team would have a rebuttal, would have a change made, would have something different, because I mean, it just seems like this team it does not want to die, and they're showing it as Demo's starting to pick up for both sides. That touch from Vic was not great. 40 lines up the double. Sloggers picks the top corner. As, it wasn't really the best touch from 40, the easiest follow-up for Sloggers, but he does make it work.
It makes the perfect touch, and Wubik terrified of the threat of 40 getting a double there, ends up missing it, has to cover that angle, and then, you know, had that backboard gone, and then Wubik tried to land, make a heroic save, but the placement just a bit too quick for Rochester on that one, as the Flyers take the lead for first time since game 2, which is huge for them as they're able to take this game. I mean, the series dramatically changes as 40 going to take a 50 with low boost. It's just so scary watching 40 play. He doesn't need boost to keep supersonic and have a threatening touch on the ball, and that's something that not a lot of challenger players have.
Yeah.
Go on.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I was just going to elaborate on his boost management, but also even when his teammates are back, he doesn't leave his teammates a lot of the time in 1v1 situations. He's pretty good about making sure that, you know, he at least gives them the corner boost, or he's back himself with boost, cutting a lot of these plays out of the midfield, and not a lot of challenger players are able to do that, Brock.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of midfield 50s for him. That's a really good shot from Dicey. Forces 2 on the St. Cloud end to commit. Almost pretty much a triple commit out of the Flyers here, as Wubik off the left side going to lose the 50, as has going to go up for this one. Can only get one. Olvi to clear. Forces St. Cloud all the way back as 40 only gets one. Wubik pass over to Olvi off the bar. Dicey to follow it. Huge response from the Rochester Rhythm, as I love me disconnecting from the party studio in the middle of the play. Has to come up on the street.
We love that. Thank you, game. Rocket League just loves us. But 49 seconds left. 2-2. Rochester will not go away just yet. They will tie the game. As a great team play from them, a great pass from Wubik finding Olvi. Dicey's
That's a
there for the
giveaway.
follow-up.
It's
Dicey
open.
gets the demo. The giveaway comes through, and Dicey, just like that, lightning strikes twice.
That could be such a pivotal mistake in terms of the rest of this series. They've not only have Rochester scored a clutch goal to tie it up, they've just straight up tied or taken the lead here with 30 seconds to play. Of course, the game's not over, but you can't be making those mistakes, and now it could be a tie series if things go in the way of Rochester, but St. Cloud gonna be hungry to immediately respond here. 20 seconds left. Has off the post. Wubik there to cover it. Wubik, huge win, and you're gonna expend a lot of boost if you're St. Cloud, just throwing everything at the back of the net. As Olvi might have an open net. He does. He'll sink it. And the Rochester Rhythm, Stewie, unless 2 kickoffs go haywire, they've got themselves back-to-back game wins. This is looking like the Timberwolves Nuggets series.
Indeed. As you know, we know who ended up winning that at the end of the day, but
Would be would be Flyers in this case, which I don't
yeah,
agree
technically
with.
would be
so
because
Scrap
they're
that.
on the blue side. They're on the blue side, so
Yeah.
I mean they'd win, right? 'Cause the Timberwolves are blue, but
they won the first 2
the Rhythm
games.
gonna get this second game on the board back to back here. Can they continue it though? That's the thing. Can they keep on going through this series? Because you know you're running on fumes at this point, running out of gas.
Mm-hmm.
And game 5 gonna take some more out of you, but can it continue
Man.
though? I really think that this St. Cloud team has really pushed the limits of Rochester here.
Yep, and it's, I mean, the scoreboard tells a story of arguably, I mean, their best player in 40, not just falling short of 200 points, 0 shots out of 40, which is not very often. I mean, 40 kind of does everything. He's kind of in the midfield, midair, challenging the ball on offense, doming up his team. He's kind of that all-around player, but to see him only have 200 points, an off game is what Rochester needed. But I don't know if you can rely on that. If 40 gets back into his game, at least in terms of score, we could see the Flyers start to come back, as this is a very important games, Stewie. The winner goes on to match point. It's game 5 in the Major 1 Grand Final as Wubik takes a long shot. Gonna test Has on the back end. Does beat out 100 boost to work with, but rushes his possession, but Dicey gonna touch this one backwards. 40 wins the 50. This is not good if you're Rochester. Once that 50 goes up on your back end, it is scary.
Indeed, it is. It is super, super, super sketchy, as that ball really can go anywhere at that point. Wubik has to sit on it. He's got full boost, but not the best touches. Has testing that midfield line for Rochester, and that's what St. Cloud has done well in this series so far, despite giving up back-to-back games, Brock. I really think they've done a good job of testing Rochester's midfield play, you know, seeing where they're at as far as, are they going to chow them? Are they going to, you know, are they willing to come out of the net and not, you know, make St. Cloud throw away the ball? And St. Cloud, I think, would be really better suited to keeping the ball close. This Rochester team thrives on mistakes and pressure. And we've seen when St. Cloud throws the ball away, Rochester are right there every stinking time to put the ball in the back of the net.
And even though 40's had almost everyone's number in terms of being able to outplay that first man, here come the demos though. Wubik behind the ball, flicks it. Gonna be denied by 40. But Rhythm are getting used to this St. Cloud play style, and it's not good. You're coming off 2 wins on the Rhythm side, as Olvi with a good dribble to the backboard forces 40 to make a touch. 0 boost, able to recover, but is he able to take possession here? Just tries to get back to that one and beat out the defense. Olvi pop dribble. Wubik just on the goal line hunting. Dicey free shot into the back of the net. The Rhythm take the lead here. Just under 3 minutes to play.
Huge play as Olvi flip threatening that reset. All that does is make St. Cloud have to think, you know, when is that flip going to be used? He doesn't really get on anything on it. As a result, it is an open net off the double commit for Dicey, who has proven to be the guy to lead this Rochester offense. And talked about him earlier in game 3, and now in game 5 has really been the orchestrator of how they're getting things going. And you know who's been really quiet for me is Wubik. Hasn't really appeared onto this series, hasn't stamped his name on it yet. Olvi has had some moments, but when will Wubik appear is the big question.
And when these games get close like this, it's a player like Wubik. Players like 40. Anybody can step up, but you know, you look at what they've been able to do in the past, and they're the most likely, it feels like, as Schlonker's now no boost, gonna lose a 50.
Oh,
that could be in. It's off the bar. 40 goes missing though. They're not able to force a 50. Schlonker's is low boost. He gets bumped. Has to pass it away. Wubik shot on it, saved by 40. And man, it's 40, man. There was nobody else that could have made a save on that ball. As Schlonkers might have himself an open net if he gets a good 50. Two players commit. It's going to go off the mark, though. 40, though, with a uncharacteristic commit there. But the backboard is wide open for Has to tie it up. The Rhythm. I keep saying Dicey. Dicey is the face of the Rochester Rhythm, but not able to put a hand up. Just no boost. Wubik's so close to getting a block there, Stewie.
And that one had to go in. That one absolutely had to go in because 40 and Has double committed on that open chance that Slonkers created. Fake kickoff from Rochester. Wubik's there on the catch, doubling, lining it up. Can't get it as he pirouettes through the air, but shot will not be on target. And I mean, that was good imagination by Rochester. I like the idea, throwing a curveball in the kitchen sink just to see if St. Cloud is really ready for it. But I mean, honestly, that St. Cloud chance that they had with 40 and Has that they double committed on, I thought was the killer for them in this game. But thank the Lords that they were able to get that clean follow-up for Has to get on, and he's able to tie the game. But now only 60 seconds left. Now 50 as St. Cloud in their half. Not a ton of boost to work with. 40's caught out. The bounce is going to be terrible for his defender behind him to deal with. His Olvi no boost will go missing. Game 5 all but looking at an overtime.
Could be. We still got 35 seconds to play here. I love the fake kickoff. Get the ball to your playmaker in Wubik. as this one is going to be a ceiling pinch down. Schlonkers has to make a touch low boost, so not able to follow it up probably. Dicey Duda going to take possession, going to win the 50. Is anyone there for the shot? Schlonkers there to keep it forward. Olvi, though, to turn it in. No boost, just going to give it to Schlonkers. No boost, free ball for Wubik, but they're low boost here. I love the play, though, to keep it low. You've got 19 boosts there. It's so easy to just try to clear the ball. Many players would, but Wubik's got the composure to keep it low, and we'll head into overtime, Stewie.
And Olvi just leaving the ball there at the end of overtime, or at the end of the regulation, decides that, 40 ain't hitting it. As Dicey will look for this touch off the backboard. Off the sidewall, excuse me. 11 seconds.
That's in,
and as they
Stewie.
caught him out, Olvi all the way down. Catches St. Cloud napping. And Rochester rattle off 3 games straight, and they're 1 game away from a major win.
It's a huge blunder. Nobody back for St. Cloud. They left the net wide open. Haz was in the corner boost. 40 underneath the ball, but it got past him. Couldn't really jump at it. And that left side of the net was covered. Good shot from Olvi. And just like that, huge blunder on the side of the Flyers in one of the most crucial games of the series. And the Rhythm will go on to match point. 3-2. 3 games straight, Stewie, for the Rhythm. You had a feeling that the Flyers were getting comfortable again. It was another close game that they could have won, but right into overtime, Stewie, it's like all composure left.
Yeah. I don't know what happened there. It was a miscommunication, obviously, at the midfield line, because the defender in the third half did not even make an attempt at making the save, completely falling asleep on it. And you have to think, what in the world are we doing at the midfield lineup for St. Cloud? Is Wubik lining up a double? He's got it red, but sticks a hand up and is able to swat that one away. Wubik, again, you get the ball in your playmaker's hands right off that kickoff, and Brock, they were pretty darn close, as Hasdem was the last defender, but Olvi, left alone in the back half, is able to make that save.
Now Schlonkers just gets 1 touch, should give possession. Rochester forcing the Flyers to expend boost and give away possession is really what they're looking for, because Rochester's looking for possession, but not really there. Double commit on the side of Rochester. Olvi, though, huge touch. Schlonkers is low boost, but able to get around it. Gets over 1. Dicey now pops it, looking for Wubik over on the left side, but 40 to deny. Has and them both there. Gives possession away to Olvi. I love the patience here, but Has able to recover in time. Gonna take the full boost here. Pops it over Dicey. Can they demo the last man? That can't. 40 now. Pass to Has. Gonna be easy to deal with for Wubik, as minute 15 gone in game 6. Nobody's found the back of the net just yet.
That's 3:39 left to go still. You've got, this St. Cloud team still knocking at the door, trying to find this game. And if they can, they force game 7. But for now, Rochester, as Wubik will fake that shot low somewhat, as Olvi gets the beat midfield. Huge beat on 40, as Has was expecting a little bit of a quicker shot from Wubik. Doesn't get there. And as a result, it is a 1-0 advantage. Rochester 3:27 away from that major win.
And I think Wubik's just playing the 50 there. Wanted to, at the minimum, have a solid 50, and that's what kind of he was playing for. And then, defender didn't get a piece on it. That's a good shot from Haslow, forces the double commit. 40 might have an angle. He does. The Flyers respond immediately, and it's a great, honestly, a great play from Has to rebound pretty much off of that awkward scenario that the Rhythm took advantage of. But 40 to follow it through. Kickoff going to go in favor of the Flyers. It could be going in, and it does. And that is killer to give up if you're Rochester.
That kickoff got away from Olvi. Wubik was not able to get back, and statement made in 22 seconds. St. Cloud has rattled off 2 goals straight and now lead game 6 and are 1 really one good, defensive game from forcing a game 7, but one offensive chance from forcing a game 7 as Dicey will pressure that backboard. Has again been the backboard defender for this Rochester or for this St. Cloud team quite a bit, Brock, and it really has taken 40's place as 40 has allowed to been explore more offensive opportunities as St. Cloud have made some adjustments, and hopefully this game yields some results from it. But running interference is Dicey, and 40 a little better for it though.
Yep, Olvi has a good chance here, but can't get over Schlonkers. Wubik. Shot gonna be denied by 40. It's constant follow-ups from the Flyers to deny Rochester, even though they were given some space. The defense coming out strong for the Flyers here. This one dangerous though. Schlonkers pinches it forward, gonna follow this one up into the corner. Schlonkers gonna lose the 50 to Wubik. 40 and has both up for it. It's a good pass to Schlonkers though, not able to connect. As Wubik now, huge flick. As Schlonker's gonna go missing, has not with the best touch, has to try to get around it and does. 40 just has one touch, gonna concede possession, but Dicey not with the best touch, but Wubik's able to follow it up. As a lot of panic from St. Cloud kind of all of a sudden, a lot of double commits. And you have to wonder, you can't have those nerves, it's gonna open up shots like this for Olvi, and the two players in net couldn't deal with it for the Flyers.
Yes, yeah, I mean, Olvi, huge goal here, great shots. As we saw it from Haz's POV, we saw it from Schlonkers' POV maybe, but Schlonkers just is there, to try and see if he can cover it for Haz, as really couldn't do much about that. I mean, he had the save, but
what a bump.
Schlonkers was just there. And I mean, at that same time, it was just a miscommunication on the back line. Now 70 seconds left as Rochester have evened this game at two goals apiece. Dicey on his back line, no boost for him as 40 has a full tank, but will be challenged by Olvi. Olvi has been living in that midfield and really giving St. Cloud some problems here in the latter half of this series, Brock. I loved what I've seen from him from his challenges.
Yep. And it's interesting. It seems like he has the right idea every time, just sometimes he's not able to control the ball. And when he is able to take a strong 50, that's exactly what they're looking for and really fits into his role on this Rochester team. But Schlonkers going to be denied by Olvi.
Yes.
Really good challenge. As we say Olvi's name once again. Schlonkers now gonna give it to the corner. Wubik gonna take a 50. Olvi low boost though. Gonna have to pop this one forward as has. Good first touch. 50 goes in favor of Rochester, but Wubik low boost. This could be an opportunity. Schlonker's shot. Olvi now with the good touch, and they've thrown it away, Stewie. The Flyers have scored here in a must-win game. It's elimination, and they go up by one with 13 seconds left.
And I saw it from Olvi's point of view, and there was absolutely nothing that he could do. As I mean, it really wanted to leave it for Wubik, who was there on the back line, as maybe Olvi makes up for it, looking for an air dribble for a bump, but 3 seconds left. All St. Cloud have to do is kill it to the ground, and the ball will hit the ground. We're going to game 7 to determine our major winner. And really, this St. Cloud team, they did not really deserve that game, as Rochester kind of threw it away in the waning moments. Hopefully they don't think about that going into this game 7.
Yep, and of course it's a close series going to 7, but Rochester, a missed opportunity. We see them survive that attack. We go to overtime most likely. Gives them a fresh kickoff and a first to, a completely different scenario. We see an overtime and Rochester get a good play. Flyers make a mistake. We could see them be winners, but now it's a huge blunder on the side of Rochester, and we're going to be heading to Game 7. As we love Game 7s in any final, in any situation, because we don't get to call them very much. As the Flyers looking to start off strong. Wubik able to make the save. Flyers coming out hot here. They're going to leave it. Dicey able to get a save as Schlonker's up for this one. Just going to deny that initial clear. As Wubik, really good patience there. Low boost to work with. This one gonna go off the sidewall. Schlonkers kind of just gonna give possession to the corner. But Rochester gonna lose the 50 here. So far, 45 seconds in. Nothing really working out for Rochester's. Wubik's going ahead for demos. Tries to pinch it mid. Wubik now to turn. It's off the corner. 40 will have one as Wubik tries to look for Olvi across the field. Takes a 50. Dicey now to follow it up. Gonna go missing. Olvi, though, behind the ball as Rochester try to slow this one down. What a save on the defensive end of the Flyers. They're gonna need more out of that because Rochester looked composed.
This game, a minute 15 in now. As we're in this St. Cloud half, a lot of defense. Rochester, what can they get? As that is gonna bounce awkwardly in front of the net. Has is there. Huge defense for St. Cloud. Can they continue it though? Is this game, we're a minute and a half in. Has towards Natty Man, caught him out.
Wow,
Wubik. Wubik under massive pressure will make that save. Dicey off the backboard. Olvi's
Careful,
there.
no boost.
As it's a 2v1, but Wubik shuts down the challenge.
Stewie.
And a gutsy play from Rochester, and they will escape out.
And I mean, they had the bump set up too, but the immediate challenge from Wubik couldn't really do anything else. He rushes back, you've got no boost to work with. Wubik counter shot saved by 40 as 2 minutes go by. Nobody has scored as of yet. 40 now off his own corner, gonna lose it to Wubik as Olvi gonna turn. Shot off the mark, has able to get a touch though. As 40 immediate clear, which should favor Rochester. They like to keep possession. As the backboard's uncovered, Wubik gonna let this one go. Olvi now over to Wubik's side as Haskins is gonna go missing. Wubik now to the backboard. 40 who's caught jumping. Wow, what a recovery save. Olvi to follow, not gonna be on target. But Rochester still on offense here. It's Wubik looking across, maybe for Olvi. We're gonna let Dicey come into this one late. Gonna get beat on the challenge. Olvi to control, 50's it. Demo comes out onto Schlonkers. Wubik with a nice beat. Could have a shot chance, tries to fake it though, and it's gonna go back to Dicey.
As in that corner has been instrumental on defense for St. Cloud. As Olvi, great possessive play. We've seen him play slow through this series. He's been huge for Rochester's offense. As the demo comes in on Olvi, will relieve a ton of pressure. Has keeping down that midline and that back line for St. Cloud. Can they get it done here? With a minute 40 to go, they got to get out of their half. It seems like we've been stuck in this blue half for the latter half of this series. Wubik towards net, he hits the backboard. And again, Rochester still stuck as a minute and a half to go. And it just seems like Rochester
Look at the panic!
cannot, as this is all Olvi.
I mean, it's the composure with the slow 50s. Look at how awkward Olvi has made the St. Cloud defense. All three players in the front post. And the 50 goes well and into the back of the net. You can't have all three players on the front post. The Rochester Rhythm capitalize off of it and will score first here as we approach a minute here and 15 seconds left. Until then, 40 now. They have to respond. They've done a good job of responding to rhythm goals, but right now, something about this team, they're composed. Wubik gonna take it slow, has to cut it. As free ball for Has here. Gonna rush it though, and two players are gonna commit. Olvi's caught him, and the Rhythm go up by 2.
Olvi has gotten his name into this series as the bump from Wubik caught 40 out. Olvi gets the touch. The play was made, and absolutely huge are the Rochester Rhythm off of this as they do fake the kickoff. Another offensive play from them that just seems like it's going to work as Has into that corner. We have not seen St. Cloud really take a ton of shots in this game 7. 40 seconds left. What can they do as Dicey is really under some pressure here. 37 seconds left. His team is so close to clinching this major. If they can get this done, it would be huge for their playoff chances, their land chances, but really St. Cloud have done all the work to get to game 7, and they just are pinned in their half for this entire game is what it seems like. Wubik double off the sidewall. Away his Has lines it up, can't get it in. Touch is almost there. It's 9 seconds left.
The bump on the back line.
Dicey's there. He
Oh.
hits the post, but it's not
It
going to
might
matter.
not matter. It's
There's
done.
2 seconds left. Olvi will confirm it. Rochester are winning another major.
I mean, these major championships seem to come quite often over there in Rochester as the Rhythm Man. Game 7, they look the most composed as a team in Game 7 that I've ever seen. Out of any series I've watched in a Game 7, let alone a Game 5, the composure to not crumble under pressure. The amount of times they'd take that initial 50 and then they'd have any player go for physicality, go for bumps and demos on that back end. Their offensive efficiency was perfect. It felt perfect. And that's what's gonna get you a Game 7 win, is that. They controlled the entire game, Stewie. And Rochester, Wubik, Olvi, their first major championships. Wubik his first. It's a long time coming, but it's about damn time that Wubik gets one, and it's the Rochester Rhythm Man. They get it done. It has to go 7, but they get it done, man. It's something over there is special on the side of Dicey's franchise. Seem to always win.
Yeah. As just seems like they always have it. They went down 2-0 right away. I didn't even have any doubt in my mind that they would be able to win that. But honestly, I really think that was a crazy series for Rochester, and a really massive win for them. But also shout out to St. Cloud. God damn it. 13 seed to a major final is absolutely incredible for them. And honestly, when Brock and I have to name a major MVP at this point, we have to figure out who we want. But I mean, it's difficult because all three of them were huge in this. But I think there's a name for me that I think there's a name for me that I have here that I think we'll agree on, Brock, because this player stepped up not only in Game 7, but also just in general throughout this entire tournament. Was huge though in this final. Absolutely instrumental for this Rochester team to get it there. I can't stress that enough. They played a series that for me just was the difference maker. They were the difference maker in the midfield. They were the difference maker on offense, on defense, in every facet of things. And I think that this person deserves it more than anything. As Brock, I just sent you my selection, and I think that Game 7 proves the point.
Yeah. I mean, this player, man, like, the first pick, we were kind of questioning Olvi at the start, I feel like. I'm already revealing it. But we have to figure out where the hell, I don't even have a spot for this yet. Blank screen, Stu. We're just swapping through. I mean, we're looking at the bracket currently, but I mean, it had to go all the way to 7. We saw Buffalo get in the top 4. I mean, you can't ask for a better result, as I shall find it.
You shall find it
in my file explorer.
and find it you shall.
Yes.
As you see how the bracket had played out, Rochester coming through the bottom side, winning the whole thing, beating Brainerd, beating Des Moines, and then beating Omaha. They beat St. Cloud as well. They beat everybody. I mean, Didn't have to play Fargo, unfortunately, but St. Cloud, you see their run, an unprecedented run, 13 seed, taking out the number 12, the number 4, the number 8, and now losing to the number 3 in Game 7 was about as close as you could possibly want it. But I don't know, Brock, how close we are to for you to have this.
We got it.
As I think we've named our MVP, was absolutely instrumental in Game 7. The Challenger Major 1 MVP is none other than Olvi. Olvi was huge on offense and on defense, and in that midfield was instrumental on really on every facet of the ball in this series to win it for Rochester. So congratulations to him as a massive step up. And I mean, he was the player I was looking out for.
Yeah.
You know you're going to get from Mubik and Dicey. What are you going to get from Mubik in a really under pressure situation?
And I mean, we saw glimpses of how well their team could play, but that Game 7, man, all three of them. I mean, Olvi had a play in that Game 7 where all three players had no clue what to do on the Flyers' end. They were completely lost. It was because of Olvi slowing the ball down. That Rochester team, the entire game would do that. And the Flyers did not have an answer for it. It was the constant... Wubik really playing a very different role in this series. We saw him on the back line demoing and disrupting the defense a ton. There was a moment where he was just sitting on the goal line as his team had ball possession, about to shoot the ball. He's just standing there menacingly. But I mean, all three players fit into this play style so well, and we saw them try to implement it earlier in the series. They couldn't get it done, and then we saw glimpses of it enough to win games. And then that Game 7, man, it was all Rochester.
It was an incredible series from everyone on the side of Rochester. But Brock, if you want to throw it back to us, you can, as we're gonna end off the night. We're gonna end off the night and send it home. As Rochester has done it once again. They win another major. It just seems like they're 300th at this point, Brock. But I just don't understand what their deal is.
I feel
when it
the
comes
aura
to,
in Rochester right now.
I mean, you just know that they're going to win it. Down 2-0, it didn't even matter. It made no difference. They changed. They didn't change their game plan at all. They didn't change what they were doing. All they did was their execution was just better at this point. As we'll move on to Premier tomorrow. Premier will have pretty much the same amount of games, same lineup, pretty much, but more than likely different franchises taking it home. But I'm excited to see what we get out of tomorrow, because Premier is always a blast. And you and I getting to play, it's the best part of our weekend.
Exactly. It's more Rocket League, but
yeah, it's more
definitely more enjoyable.
More enjoyable than watching the Timberwolves lose. That's as they lost tonight.
I hate
to Dallas. Game 2, and they lost 109 to 108. So if you didn't see the game, there you go. I spoiled it for you.
109. It was 1 point.
Yep, Luka hit a step back 3 with 3 seconds left in, and off the inbound. They got it to Ant. He passed it to Naz Reid, who hit 7 3-pointers tonight. So shout out Naz Reid, was absolutely incredible for them. Shot 7 for 8 from downtown. They got an open 3 for Naz Reid, a somewhat open 3. It was somewhat contested, but he shot it, and it rimmed in and out. So it was pretty darn close to going in, and they almost won the game off of that. But yeah, Timberwolves down 2-0, just like the Rhythm were. The Rhythm, though, fought back and were able to win the series. And they rattled off 3 games straight, then lost Game 6 and won Game 7. So we saw it all, but
I mean, they gave away that Game 6. Yeah,
they did. It was a massive mistake. We thought it would maybe spell disaster for them going into Game 7, and now it's all about tomorrow. Premier coming up 3 p.m. Excuse me, 3 p.m. CT, not 6. But yeah, I'm excited to see what we get out of Premier. It's always a blast because there's different teams that are at the top every single season, and maybe we'll see some teams come out come out tomorrow like they did tonight. The 13 seed makes the grand final. Hopefully we'll get another one of those, as we are going to send it to the end of the night. Thanks for joining us, and we will see you tomorrow afternoon.
I'm gonna cancel your. I'm gonna.
I'll just stare at the camera then.
Yep, you just stare at the camera then. I just wanted to give a quick shout out to the casting crew back here, JTV and Red Flame for casting those first 2 matches. You're gonna get a new emote, Stewie, if you keep staring. But shout out to them. And then Ari as well for coming in on that 3rd match, and then Stewie for being here all night. Not only casting, but being the match admin, pretty much getting those, changing the maps in between games for the
they're
map
difficult.
pool,
They're tough,
making
right?
the
You gotta-
lobby,
Yeah,
making the
gotta think
lobbies
about
as
it.
well. Huge shout out to Stewie. It's been myself on the production, Wolf. We will see you guys tomorrow at 3 p.m. You're not going to want to go anywhere. Don't go anywhere.